everyone. This is Joel over here, and this is our first episode on React course. And we will cover all the React components and major basic things for beginners to learn React in upcoming episodes. So, as a first episode, let's understand what is React and some theory concepts of React before entering into a practical environment. So, React. What is React? React is actually not a framework, it is a JavaScript library. A library in the sense it's like already pre-written codes which we can pick and we can use it for a programming purpose. Example, like if you guys are aware with C or C++ program, we have to include the libraries with hashtag include stdio.h. Those kinds of libraries we have to use, right? So that is called library over here. So React is a library and it's not a framework. We'll discuss about framework in later. So just understand React is a JavaScript library. We are gonna use it by importing and exporting things. That's it. And who created this React? So React is being created by Facebook in 2013, which is like fast and interactive and responsive. So basically, reactive is used to make a front end development. It has like fast and the components over things are like interactive and responsive. So responsive in the sense React can be used for different dimension of devices or screen displays. Like React is more suitable to create a web application which can either work in your desktop modes or your mobile screens or else your tablets or Mac or iMac. So it is more responsive compared to other UI developments. So React is fast, interactive, and responsive too. So why React? So why React in the sense React is like component based, fast performance, reusable code, strong community. All these factors have been included in React. So what is component based? So component, let's take an example of a subscribe button in a YouTube. So a subscribe button is a component which has some computational functions inside it. So when a subscribe button is being clicked, some computation should be happen and some functional should be done and it should project as a result over there, right? So it's like component based. So React supports a component based and it's fast performance. So React has routers in it. So it's basically fast for performing and it's very useful for now and reusable code. So React is more stronger in writing smaller codes with greater impact and those codes can be reused again and again for our same applications or else like different programs you can say. And strong community, so across the globe many people uses React. So React has so many of tutorials or else like presets you can just download and you can import and use it. So it has stronger community, so you can just ask your issues through the online or else you can download some presets and basically you have people to help you to work in React projects. So now let's understand what is DOM. So DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is a programming interface for web documents that represents the structure of document as a tree-like data structure, you can say. Let's consider uh, you have actual DOM, virtual DOM, updated virtual DOM, and updated actual DOM, right? So let's discuss one by one. So actual DOM is a proper web page which is you have built. Let's consider actual DOM as your proper web page which you have built, and virtual DOM is the DOM which is being created by React, which is an exact copy of your actual DOM. So you can see all the trees and structures have been same over here, right? So virtual DOM is an exact copy of an actual DOM. So now what happens in React in the sense if you wanted to change, let's consider a same subscribe button in a YouTube. If a subscribe button has been clicked from the UI, what React does is it doesn't go and immediately updates in the actual DOM. It just it just creates a copy of your actual DOM as a virtual DOM. And in those virtual DOM, it makes the changes. And this is called updated virtual DOM. Let's see the node on the right hand side has been updated. And now this updated virtual DOM is being compared to actual DOM. So by comparing, this method is called diffing method. So diffing is like comparing your updated virtual DOM to your actual DOM and figuring out the differences between them. And these differences have been again updated in the actual DOM instead of updating the whole DOM. Basically, instead of updating the whole DOM, it takes more time and space complexity and other factors, right? So let's take a copy of your original web page and we'll just figure out the differences from the original web page and your virtual thing. And those differences alone be changed and updated in the actual DOM instead of updating the whole thing. So this is called reconciliation, which is like updating the required changes instead of the whole thing. So this reduces time and space complexity and other factors too. So yeah, that is called DOM purpose in React. So DOM is a document object model. So the best competitor for React is Angular. So React is also called as React JS because React is mostly written with JavaScript. So we have React and React JS. And for React Native, the best competitor is Flutter, which is React Native is used for mobile apps, whereas React is used for web apps. So for React, the best competitor is Angular. So what is the difference between React and Angular? First thing is, as I said earlier, React is been given by our Facebook in 2013, and Angular is being given by our well-known company called Google. And React is a library, as I said earlier, and Angular is a full-fledged front-end framework. So what is framework? Framework is like it has some template, it has some set of rules. So you have to obey those rules and patterns to construct your web page. But whereas React is like full flexible, you can use whatever thing and it doesn't follow any template. But you have some syntax things, right? You should follow those syntax alone. But it doesn't have any template or else like preset of rules. So as I said, like Java, React is being used by a JavaScript language and plus JSX. So JSX is nothing but JavaScript with XML code. So we will see what is XML code and all these things in later. And Angular is written by TypeScript. So DOM. So now let's come to DOM. React has this virtual DOM which I explained you few minutes back. So React has a virtual DOM which is like it gives a faster update, whereas like Angular, it has a real DOM with change detection, which is like quite opposite to React DOM, you can say. So let's consider main focus on React rather than Angular. So data binding, we have one-way data binding over in React, and in Angular we have two-way data binding. And yeah, React is easier to learn and it's like more flexible since it has stronger community and many websites have been created using React rather than Angular. And yeah, that's it, the difference between React and Angular. So as in the first episode, we just covered some basic theory stuffs of what is React and why React should be used and what is the difference between virtual DOM and actual DOM and best competitor for React and all these things. So in second episode, we will just look how to create a React project and we will go into little more deeper. So stay tuned. We will just look into React more in second episode. Thank you. So hi guys, welcome to a second episode of React. So in this episode, we will just look into how to start a React project. So before starting the project, you guys want a thing called Node.js. So Node.js can be installed with this website, which is like nodejs.org/en. So if you just go on through this website, you have Node.js. You can just click by downloading it over here. And now after downloading it, you have to check whether Node.js has been installed or not. So first, let us move on to a good text editor, which is VS Code I'm just using. If you guys know any other text editor, please do comment over it down. Let me also explore it over there. So first, we'll just open our VS Code over here, and let's open our terminal. So opening terminal is like in top you have terminal, and you can just click on new terminal. It opens over here, or else you can use control and backtick to open terminal. So backtick is the key which is down below the escape key, and so using either control and backtick you can open the terminal, or else like using the top thing you can just open new terminal over here. So once the terminal is been opened, let me enlarge it. Yeah. So once the terminal is open, you can just first thing we have to check whether Node.js has been installed properly or not. You can refer some YouTube videos to download a Node.js if you get trouble in it. So that's not a big deal to install Node.js. You can do it by yourself. So for verifying it, just we can just type node hyphen hyphen and version. So now you can see I have version 22.11.0. So yeah, this indicates we have successfully installed our Node.js. So now we will just open a folder. So let's go for file and open. So I'll just go for desktop, and then I'll just create a new folder over here called React thing. I'll just create a folder and open it over here. So now you can see we have opened a React folder in our VS Code. So to start React project, same thing again, you have to open the terminal, and let's start typing npm create. Before npm create, you have to type like npm install vt at latest. So vt is like predefined layout where React uses over there. So it has a good UI and all those things. Let's see one by one. Uh, Let it be installed over here. Yeah. So now npm install vt at latest is been done. So we have added 13 packages in 26 seconds. It shows something like, yeah, our command executed properly. So now we have to create a project. So npm create vt at latest. Sorry, latest. Yeah. So now it asks for a project name. So let's give a project name which is React app. And now, so it has like framework to be chosen. We have vanilla, Vue, React. So many frameworks have been here, even Angular you can see. So now just we can select React. So you have to use your arrow keys to move front and back. And let's go for React and press enter. Yeah, so now it asks like variant. So React can be made using either TypeScript or else using JavaScript. So let's go with JavaScript. So that's like our motive. So yeah, using arrow keys, you can move and click on enter for JavaScript. So now it says like done. So you have to execute all these commands to start a React project. So CD is like change directory. You can say we have to go to the React app folder over here. You can see the top, the folder has been created, which is like React app. So you have to move our terminal inside this React app folder, right? So cd React app. So React app is the name which we gave for our project name over here. You can see over here. So this name is being used over here. So cd React app and just give enter. So now you can see our terminal enters into React app. Previously it was in React folder. Now it enters into React app directory. So now again you have to click on npm install. So this installs some packages which we can use for a React project. And yeah, so now it has installed 33 packages over here. And so now it's npm run dev. So while executing this command, so now React creates a local host URL. So in for HTML and JavaScript, we will just save the file and we'll just open in browser, or else we will use a live server to make the changes or to view the results over in our web page. But React gives us a local host by default so that we can just view our results in our web page. So let's copy this URL. So yeah, now we will just open our Chrome and we'll just paste it over here. So yeah, see, you can see over here it runs in localhost 5173, and this is a basic web page of a React. So let me tell you all these things in a few minutes. So now let's cover up with the packages we have installed. So here, after executing the command npm install, after executing the command npm install, we have added 33 packages, right? And some 152 packages, and all these things have been said, right? So what are these packages over here? Now in your explorer category, if you can see, React app is a project name which we have created. Inside this React app folder, you can see all these files have been included. So these files are called as these npm packages which we have executed over here. So we can discuss about all these files over here. So we have public folder. So public folder is used to fetch any network details, and you can just input it to your React project. So those kinds of uh, things will be like categorized into public folder. So here it has some vet.svg. So this is like SVG file, which is like took from the web page, I guess. So basically public folder will have the informations of any files which is being fetched from the web page. So after public, you have src. Src is nothing but source folder. And this is a main folder, and we will write our scripts over src folder. And inside src, you have assets. So assets is nothing but the pictures or else the videos, anything if you want to showcase through your web page. All these pictures have been come under this folder called assets. So assets is nothing but the web page showing any pictures or else like videos or else like any kind of media. So those things will be like coming under the folder called assets. So now before moving through app.cs and all these things, let's move on to this main.jsx. Let me close the terminal. Yeah. So what is main.jsx? As I said, JSX is a extension which is like JavaScript XML code. So here we have some import statements, and we'll see all these things later. So you can see here we have using a root. So root is an ID over here which is like linked through our HTML page. So here you can see index.html, right? So yeah, so here you can see there's a div containing an ID of root, right? So this root is been linked to this main.jsx, telling the basic format of our index.html. And this is the uh, thing we can remove. So actually this is the icon which is been displaying over here. You have an VIT icon, right? VT icon is over here, right? So this icon has been written over here. If you just remove it, you can see it changes into the default icon. So that is the index.html page. I guess many of you know what is HTML. If not, you can refer some videos in YouTube to learn HTML. Basically, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is required for to learn React. So be aware that you're like stronger with these three first, and then come back to React over here. So now index.html, we have an ID root which is been linked to this main.jsx. So what this div has in the sense, it has a body and div which is like ID root we said, and this is a script we have imported which is like JavaScript, and you can see the source is like main.jsx, which is denoting this file over here, main.jsx. So yeah, this index.html is being linked with main.jsx. That's the thing I wanted to convey over here. Now let's move on to index.css. So this CSS we have for our index.html. So basically these are like predefined, gave by a React project once it been created. So you can modify it later. So next we have app.jsx. So this is the place where most of the main programs have been written. So example, here in this web page you have these icons and these text and these buttons and this text and all these things, right? So the code for these things is been written inside the app.jsx. So you can see written and a tag and all these things is been given over here. Let's remove and check one by one. So let me remove this. So yeah, you can see an icon has been removed over here. So all these things is been like written over app.jsx, and at last it has been exported. Let me see what is this export and import and all these things later. And we have app.css over here, which is same thing, css for app.jsx. So again it's been imported in app.jsx, so import app.css. So let's see one by one in our later episodes. And later in our files we have git ignore. So git ignore is like version control, which is like done by our git. So right now we are not focusing about version control, we just focusing on react. So yeah, rest all files are like not based on our react thing. So yeah, so these are like our program structure which we have in our react project once we get created. And so in next episode, which is on episode 3, we will just do our actual coding, and let's gain some practical experiences in episode 3. So until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to our episode 3 of React. So in this episode, we will just look into how to create a component and how to execute it. Let's undergo some practical stuff in this episode. And yeah, we can start. So to create a component, we have to create a JSX file inside our source folder. So let me right click on source folder and new file. So you have to enter the component name. So first I'll just start with a navbar dot JSX. So for component name, the first letter should be in uppercase, and you should have dot JSX as your extension over here. So just hit enter, a file will be created with your component name over here. So what is navbar? Let's explain you with an website. So this is a website of our Apple Store. You can see the top, you have an logo of the website and some categories, right? So this rectangular box is called as navbar. So no need to go deeper about this, because in this episode we are just gonna look into what is components. So to make you guys understand what is navbar, I just demonstrated and showed you. That's it. So as a first step of creating component, you have to write a simple JS function, which is like a JavaScript function. Let's write um, function navbar and then brackets, and yeah. So this is like simple JavaScript function. I guess many of them knows it. And basically, as I said earlier, for React, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, all these things should be well known to learn React. So yeah, This is a function of navbar, and inside is we have to return something, right? So return bracket and semicolon. So semicolon is like your wish, and basically I follow to use this terminating operator, but it's not mandatory over here. It can exist without terminating. So it shows an error over here, right? So because we have to return something, it's like a parenthesis without anything, right? So you have to return something. So here inside we will just write a basic HTML code over here. Let's create a div. So inside div, let's have something called h2 tag, which says learning is fun, something kind of it. And let's have an h3 tag which says sorry, uh, education is celebration. That's it. So this is a basic function we have. So we have a component neighbor.jsx. So inside this file, we have created a simple JavaScript function which is gonna return this HTML over here. Hope you guys understood till this much. I guess so. Now, if this has been written, you have to export this component to import in somewhere, right? So first, we have to link this component to app.jsx, which is uh, using import statement. So before importing, you have to export this. So the syntax for exporting is like export default and your function name. So yeah. So before entering navbar, you can see this is been fade out over here because it's not been used anywhere. The function is not been used anywhere. So now after entering navbar in export, you can see this function is been exporting. So once this function has been exported, we have to import it to our app.jsx. Basically, it's like importing in main.jsx. But you can see main.jsx is already importing app.jsx. So now we have to import it over here. So before importing, you can see there are like already written codes. So we have to erase this. So this thing is been written over here, app.jsx. So once we erase this, you can see uh, everything has been gone off. And it says like nothing has been returned over here. And you have some JavaScript variable over here, just remove this. And CSS of this app.jsx is been imported. And now let's remove all those import statements. It's like useless for us now. So yeah. So first step, you have to import this neighbor.jsx, which is like neighbor function. Inside neighbor.jsx we have. So this should be like imported into app.jsx. So let's type import, and the function name is navbar, right? So just copy it, and navbar from uh, dot slash. Since we are using VS Code editor, it shows the path name over here. So just yeah, hit enter. Now again, you can see this import statement is like fade out, which says that it's not been used anywhere. So now inside return tag, we have to create a HTML tag saying that navbar, and yeah. So an open HTML tag and close HTML tag has been created. So now if you go and check your application, you have this learning is fun and education is celebration, which we have created inside neighbor.jsx. So first we have created a component which is like neighbor.jsx. So inside neighbor.jsx, we have created a function which is named as navbar. And this navbar has returning some HTML codes, and we are exporting this navbar function. And again, we are importing this navbar function in app.jsx, which is like import function name from codes. Inside you should enter dot and slash and the file name over here, navbar. So yeah, now it's returning something. Let's create and see a second component. Same way src, right click, new file. Let's have some component name like course dot jsx. Yeah. So inside this course dot jsx, let's again create a function and course. It's gonna return. So yeah, let's create a div. So inside this div, what can we write? Okay, let's write a h2 tag says that this is React episode 3. So later we will have some image tag. Okay, so instead of writing big thing, you can just write image and have some h4 tag saying components creating episode. Yeah. So now we have created again a component with the function course. So as I said earlier, you have to export this. You have to export this JSX, right? So export default course. That's it. So now you can see this function course is been like exporting over here. Now let's go to app.jsx and let's import it. So rather than of typing import, since we are using VS Code editor, you can just simply type course. I mean course. It shows the function which you have written previous, right? So if you just click on it, you can see it automatically imports this course from dot slash course. So since we are using VS Code editor, this is a advantage we have over here. And now if you see, it throws an error. So let's open our web page and check over here. Here you can see adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in enclosing tag, it says. And did you want JSX fragment, and it says some basic open and close tag. And so basically what does it says means, in return function has a property to return only one HTML tag. So it can't return multiple HTML tags. So if we remove this navbar and if you go and check, you can see the course component is being like executed over here. And in other way, if you just remove this course component and if you go and check, you can see navbar component is being like executed over here. So basically this return statement has a feature of returning only one HTML tag. So to fix this, what it says over here is fragment is using a open and close tag over here. So we'll just cut this and we'll create a single div. And if you just go and paste it over here, now you can see the error has been gone. So now if you go and check, both the navbar and the course component, all these two things is been like executed over here. So we have wrapped up this neighbor component and course component with div tag. But div is an HTML tag which already has some properties, right? So instead of using div, we will just simply use a open and close tag. And same, you can see there is no any changes in the result over here. So basically return statement can execute only one HTML. So we have wrapped this navbar and course component into a single HTML tag, and that executes over here. And the second thing is, since we are not writing any uh, codes inside any scripts inside navbar and close tag. This can be a self-closing tag too, like this. So we are just using a self-closing tag instead of uh, open tag and close tag. So this is like normal HTML tag, like we have BR tag, right? This is like break statement. So there is a concept in HTML which is like self-closing tags, and basically those concepts is being used over here. So you can check both the navbar component as well as the course component has been visible in this. And this is not the default layout because the CSS is been written over here. You can see app dot, where is this app dot CSS. You can see if I remove all the CSS, which is like default CSS which gave by Witty. So now if you just check, the alignment has been shifted. So now still CSS is being used over here. Let's go for index.css. Yeah, let's remove all this. So now if you go and check, it is become as a normal HTML page. And same way in component, you can create a button too. Let's create a button with saying like enroll this episode now. So if you go and check over here, you can see this button called enroll this episode now. So buttons can also be used inside a component. Yeah, basically what all HTML functions and what all HTML tags we have, all these things can be used inside this component. And also, let's say we will just create a const which is new saying HTML. Okay, so new is not a word, so like let's say C1, something like this, or else course 1. Okay, so now to access this course 1, just you can hit uh create a h2 tag saying course 1. So what does this statement gives us, whether it prints course 1 or else like HTML. As you can figure it out here, course 1 is being fade out, which indicates course 1 has not been used. So these two course 1 have been different. If you go and check in a HTML page, it shows course 1, not the HTML which we have assigned to this variable. To use this, you have to enclose this with a curly braces. So now, if we check over here, it shows HTML, which is all this JavaScript functions or computations can be accessed within this curly braces, and not only variables, or else if you can check, which is like 2 plus 3, you can check it just gives you answer 5 over here. It just computes and gives you. Let's do into 10. So now it gives 32. So it does all this computational functions. If you wanted to enclose, if you enclose in curly braces, all this JavaScript computation functions will be like executed over here and it will be like printed. And so that's it of components over here. So we have created a navbar component and course component, and I like explained you what is how to integrate two components and execute it into an web page, and all these things we have looked through it. And let's see more deeper in episode 4. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. So, hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is a fourth episode in a React series. And so, in this episode, we will just learn how to do styling for a React component over here. So, we have index.css file over here. So this index.css is a globally linked file, you can say. So whatever css which you write over in this index.css file, that gets reflects to your whole project of your React. So basically index.css is being linked globally to your React project. So now let's take this course.jsx and let's try to do some styling for this div tag. So yeah, we will just go to index.css and we'll just target a div tag, and let me set a background color, like I'll choose aqua over here. So now if you go and check your React web page, you can see the styling has been applied. So whole the div tag is been styled over here, but there's an issue in it. We are targeting a div tag, right? So basically what this happens is, so wherever this div tag we are using in our React application, all those div tags will be styled with this background color. But our aim is to style only for this div tag inside a course page, right? So here we have to insert a class name, which is like class is equal to card over here. So in previous case, we have just used only div. So this div is being styled for all the divs which is used in React application. For example, in neighbor.js, we can see we are using a div tag over here. And in index.html also, you can see again, we are using div tag for root itself. So basically all this div tag will be applied with this background color. So you can check even navbar is being filled with this background color over here. So but our aim is to have only background color for this div tag. So as what we do in CSS, we are just giving a class for card, and then in index.css we are just targeting the class over here. So now if you go and check, only the class which has targeted has applied the styling. So the other divs is not been applied any styling over there. But even this is a wrong way, because since this JSX file, even class is a reserved keyword, you can say. So instead of class, we have to undergo with some other name called class name. So class name is also kind of class, but since we are using JSX, class is already a reserved name, so you'll get some confusions in it. So better we will just move on to class name. So as you can see, there is no any changes over here, but instead of class, it's good to go with class name in camel cases, you can say. So this is one way of styling your card, and this is called external CSS. And now let's learn about what is module CSS. So module CSS is nothing but we have to create a module which is nothing but a folder, and that particular folder will have both the JSX file and the CSS file. So both this file will be like enclosed within a folder. So that is called a module over here. So let's work it over here. So in source folder, I'm just creating a new folder which is called course, and let me move this course to JSX to course folder. So it's asking like, are you sure you want to move? Yeah, I just want to move. And it's like asking update imports of course.js. Make sure you just give S over here. So basically what does it tells is, in app.jsx, in previously we have just used dot slash course, right? But here it got updated over here because we're just switching our course.jsx directly over here. So it's like updated over here. That's the second pop-up which we got, like asking acknowledgement whether we want to update the import directory of import statement. So you just make sure hit enter over there. I mean S over there. So now inside course folder, you have course.jsx, and inside course folder, we have to create a file which is called course.module.css. So here we have created a folder, I mean a file called course.module.css. So here again we can write our CS in styles over here. So before that, I'll just go and comment the styling over here. So you can see there is no any styling is applied. And now just go to this course or module.css. And again, we'll just target this card and background color. Let me keep it as red over here. So now if you go and check, styling has been not appeared over here because we didn't pair the CSS file with this JSX file, right? So we have to pair these files. So for pairing, we have to include an import statement, which is import styles from uh, course.module.css. So we have imported the style file to our JSX file, but it's failed out, right? Because we didn't use it inside our program. So now here in div, instead of class name card, we will just use a curly braces and type styles dot name of the class, which is like card. So now you can see the CSS file is being used by our program. Now if you go and check over here, you can see our div tag is being styled with a red background color. So this way of styling is called module based styling. So we have seen external styling and a module based styling, but if our web tabs is like little smaller, you can just go on with index.css. If it's like little more big applications, you can just go with module.css thing. And the third thing we have is internal CSS. So internal CSS is like we're not going to use any external files. Rather than inside a JSX file itself, you're gonna write the styling for our components over here. So let me again throw this JSX file to source folder itself. It asking for move, just move, and wanted to update the import statement. Yes, and yeah, and let me delete this source folder over here. Move to trash. Yeah. So what an error says. Yeah, because we don't have any CSS file, right? So we'll just remove over here and we'll just make it as it. Okay, now, yeah, now it's like we have resetted everything. So for internal CSS, we are going to create a variable with const and that name is, we can keep it as styles and curly braces. So now inside this styles, we are gonna write the styling for our component. So background color dot I will keep it as green over here. Here you can see an error over here, and the error is like you should not occur in our programming scripts. So background color should be written in camel case. Okay, so green over here. Let me type the green again. Yeah, green. So now styles we have written, but we didn't mention like where the style should be appeared, right? So here we have div as class name card, but this style is not having any link through this program. So we have to use the styles to our divs component, right? So what we are doing, instead of class name, we'll just take it off and we'll just use style equal to curly braces and name of your variable, which is styles over here. Yeah. So now if you go and check, so yeah, guys, we have an error over here, which is first error is there is no D in the background color. So let me just add D over here. And second thing is it's a styling, right? So comma should be mentioned over here. And the third thing is it worked over here, but we have to basically the proper structure is we have to import this, or else you have to write a script inside the function over here. So that's a good way over here instead of writing outside the function. So yeah, you can see uh the styling has been appeared for this particular div tag. So in internal.css you have to create a variable, you can say, with a name called styles or anything, and then use a curly braces to open and close and write your styling inside it, and mention the name of your const variable inside the tag which you want to apply those styling with. Style is equal to curly braces and the name of the const variable, you can say. So that's it, guys. We can create styling in three methods in React, which is using external method and module method and internal method. So external method is like using index.css, which is like globally you're just applying the CSS file, and module method is creating a dedicated folder to your component, and then importing the JSX file inside it and creating a component.module.css file and write all those styles, and then just import those CSS file inside your JSX file and uh, do the styling over here. And third thing is internal method, which is writing your own script inside a single JSX file using a const variable, and then using style is equal to curly braces and names of your const variable. You can just apply those styling to the particular tag of your HTML. So that's it of styling in React, and thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and in this video we will just look into a topic called what is props in React. So this is React series of episode 5, and in this episode we'll be like looking into what is props in React. So yeah, before entering, I'll just start the React thing. Let's open the terminal, and yeah, we got the URL. I'll just copy it, and okay, yeah. So this is the place we were left in our episode 4, and we'll continue from here. So before starting, what is props? Let me tell you, I have some three images over here, which is a picture of CSS, HTML, and JS over here. And also I have React JS over here. So first, we can customize this component of course thing. So uh, index.css I'll just write. So before that, I'll just remove this and make it as class name. We have kept card, right? So as usual, I keep card as here, and then just remove this const function. And yeah, from index.cs, now if you check, there is no any CSS is applied. Okay, fine, good. So card, I'll just give background color as this one. So yeah, it's working well. And width, I'll just make it to 200 pixels. Well, and here, like inside course.jsx, let me import an image. We have an image tag, right? And we didn't use any image over here, right? So let me import an image. So first step, I'll just import this css.jpg thing, or else we can go with HTML, html.png. So what I'm doing is import HTML, a variable name from dot slash, it is in assets folder, and it's called as html dot jpg. So now instead of source, I'll just give it as html. Okay. Sorry, it's like html dot png over here, not jpg. I guess it, yeah, it loaded properly over here. So we are just pasting this image into this component, and our image size and your component size is max width of 200 pixels. So what I'm gonna do, I'm targeting the card with image, and making the width of it is as 200 pixels. So now it got, and before that I'll just go to app.jsx, and then I'll remove this nav bar. So you can see like we have only the course component over here, and this is React episode 3. What is it like? Let me go and change over here. Yeah, let me just before changing this, we will first make this thing more presentable, and we can go and do the changes over here. And what I'm gonna do over here is I'll just change the font first. I don't like this font. Basically, it's good to use font family sans serif. That looks more presentable way. And what else? Button is there, right? So button, I'll just make it a background color something blue with, okay, fine, that's good. And I'll remove the border, none. And border radius, I'll just make it to 10 pixels. So okay, let me make it as 3. Yeah, and let us change this to just enroll, and index.css, and padding, I'll just give it as 20 pixels. I guess it's more huge. Yeah, so 20 and 30. Okay, we can make it little more, 10 and 20. Yeah, this looks more good. And hover effect, right? So dot card button over, I'll just copy this background color over here, and I'll just paste it, and we changed it to that. So now, yeah, it's working. And the color, I'll just change it to white. Yeah, it's good. And in card, let us make this text align as center. So text align center, and so we have h2 tag, right? So we can make the size of the h2 tag little more small. So that card h2 um font size, right? Font size. Font size, let me keep it as medium. I guess that's look good. Yeah. And we have it h4, right? And this thing is, I guess I will no need over here. Let's keep it h4, right? So dot card h4 font size, let it be smaller. Okay. HTML goes, learn HTML. So button, and here I'll just mention a price over here, which is since there is no rupees, I'll just use a dollar symbol over here. So dollar double nine. Okay. So you can see there's a pose and yeah, wait, it's like more sharpness. Let us make border radius of 10 pixels and same way for image also. Border radius of 10 pixels. But still it's like more congested. Let us give a padding for card. Padding, I'll just give it as 5 pixels. Yeah. So now it looks good. So basically we have an HTML course over here, right? So our course name and learn HTML, enroll button and prize money we have. So why price is coming inside quotes? Okay. Yeah. So we have all this. So now we have to create the same component for CSS also, right? So what basically, where is the CSS thing? Here. So for the CSS also, we have to make a course component over there, right? So basically in HTML, what we will do, we will just copy this HTML tag and we'll just paste it over here. Why is it showing? Oh yeah, because I said you know in um, React, if you're returning something, it will return just one single tag. It won't return two tags, right? So what you have to do, you have to just wrap it with a single tag. So I'll just make this and then I'll just paste it over here. So now it got worked. So okay, we have to make it as inline. Okay, why is not coming? Displays. Okay, inline block. Okay, again, it's like more context. Let me give a margin of 8 pixels. Now it looked good. So if you want to create a course for CSS also, what HTML does, we have to just copy paste this whole tag and we have to like instead of HTML over here, you have to change the contents over here to bring it CSS thing, right? So let me do it and show you. Import CSS from yeah, codes.slash it's from assets folder. The name of it is like css dot jpg. So instead of HTML, I'll just should give it a CSS and HTML course. It's like CSS code learn CSS. Let the price be same over here. So now you can see we have the other component over here. It the container is like different because of the resolution of the images, but the our motive is like if more courses have been adding up, uh, in HTML we just used to copy paste the whole tag and we used to do it over here, right? But React is a library in JavaScript which is used to write the programs with little number of codes, not like programming lines of code should not be like much longer. Okay, so we have a concept called props over here. So what is this props are doing is, let us remove this first and you can see we have a HTML course over here right now. So in function course, we are gonna get an argument called props. Okay, and instead of putting a direct values over here, like instead of inserting a direct values over here, we'll just mention it as props dot image, and even over here curly braces we should just props dot title, and even here it is like props dot description. No need of button I guess, and price we can just keep it props dot price. So what is this gonna do is it's gonna get an values from the arguments of props and it's gonna use it in our HTML component. Right now you can see there is nothing in our component since we removed everything. So uh, we are gonna get those image, title, description, price and all from the argument. So if we pass an argument, if we call the function many more times, so those many components will be created, right? So now we have written the function. So now we'll see how to call this function course over here. And we have exported this component and we have pasted in app.jsx. So now what should I do is we have course over here, right? So I'll just copy paste the course for 4 times over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now if you check, we will have 4 boxes over here. This is like, yeah. So now we have all the 4 boxes. First box is for HTML, right? So what I'm gonna do is, and if you go and check in course component, you have props.image. You have use a variable called image over here. So now in app.jsx image equal to HTML. So now we didn't render anything because we didn't import a image over here, right? So I'll just go to course and I'll just copy this and app.jsx. I'll just go and paste it on here. So now you can see. So what we have done in first function call, you can just understand it as a function call first. And in image is the variable which is being used over course.jsx. Props.image we have used, right? So this image is being used over app.jsx. So we are using this image is equal to html dot curly braces html. So what does this does is it's taking an image, storing in image variable, and this variable is being used over here. So it got linked, right? So image has been displayed. So now we have title. We have title, right? So now comma type. Okay, title is equal to HTML course. Okay, so comma should not be coming here. Did I make any spelling mistake? Okay, title. Okay. So now you can see it is been given as HTML course because we have passed this text over here. And next we have it as description. Let me copy it first. Okay, description and app.jsx equal to learn HTML. So you can see you got. So at last we have price over here. So price is equal to let me give it as 99. So you can see it as like showing $99 over here. So here price I have just mentioned in string. If you guys want to mention it as number, just instead of quotes, just use a curly braces and mention it over here like dollar. Sorry, dollar won't come 99. So you can see 99 is like used over here. So yeah, and basically we are just calling a function call, passing the arguments of image, title, description, price, and we are just using in course.jsx. So instead of duplicating this tags, we can use many number of function calls over here. So now let's try for CSS image. So instead of this, okay, let me do it over here itself. Image is equal to did I import the CSS thing? No, right? So just goes, I just cut it over here. And I'll just paste it. Yeah. So now CSS and title is equal to CSS post and description is equal to learn CSS. Price is equal to, let me give it as string itself. So dollar CSS, right? Let me keep it as 110. Okay. And price, even this I'll just keep it as string itself, $99. Okay. We'll just keep it as 109. Yeah, that is the price mechanism everyone does, right? So 109. So you can see we have HTML codes and CSS codes over here. So previously what we did, we just duplicated this whole HTML thing, but now we are just making more number of function calls, you can say. So now let me do it for React and JavaScript too. So better I'll just copy this whole thing and let me paste it over here. So we have to import the images, right? So import JS from, see, this is like variable name. It should not be the name of your image and all. It's like your wish. You can keep your own variable name. But here in this case, you have to import the correct image name with proper extension. So for example, if I go and change this, okay, let me just finish this. Assets folder, right? Assets folder, I have js.png. So if in this case, if you see we have css.jpg, right? Instead of jpg, if I just mention png, it won't work. It shows an error because there is no proper image called css.png. So what you have to do, you have to make sure you just enter proper file name of your image with proper extension over here. You should use JPEG over here because this image is in JPEG format and HTML image is in PNG format, but JS is in PNG format. So extension is also more important over here. So now let's go and change this HTML to JS, learn JS course. So learn JS and price, let me keep it as 119. So now you can see we have this JS course also over here. And at last we have React, right? So let me insert React also. Import React from assets slash what is the name? React dot js dot png. I have React dot js dot png. Okay, so now React, I guess it's working, yeah. So React goes, learn React prices, let's keep it for 149. Yeah. So for multiple course components, we have just used function call. That's the thing, guys, I wanted to say over here. So props is used to get a argument and we'll just reuse this code. So that is the main motive of React, right? And first episode we have seen this. React is mostly used for reusable of codes. So instead of copy pasting the same code, we have just reused over here. Even now, if you just check over here, if we copy paste it, you can see it's been like repeated. So instead of copy pasting the HTML tags, React is used to reuse the codes, and that is called props over here. So in this episode, we have just looked into what is props and how to reuse your components efficiently using props. And yeah, that's it. And see you on episode 6. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. In this video, we will be covering the topic called what is conditional rendering. And yeah, this is the 6th episode of a React series, and this is a proper continuation of our 5th episode, which is what is props in React. If you guys didn't understand what is props, please let go and watch the 5th episode and then enter into this one so that you can understand the variable concept of the conditional rendering. So yeah, let's get started. So what is conditional rendering? The word conditional rendering says the meaning, which is we are going to render something based on a condition. So what is render then? Render is something, the output which is going to bring in the UI or in your web page is called rendering. You're going to render some component to your web page. So the process of this is called rendering. And conditional rendering is with some conditions you're going to render something, right? So that is called a conditional rendering. So this is a very easy concept, and this won't show much difference in your web page, but it will be used for people who's gonna backend your work. And let's get started. So this is our previous episodes web page which we built, and so we will be continuing from here. So now let me give an attribute over here. Example, in last course, I'll just mention something called show is equal to curly braces true. So you can see there is no much difference over the web page. So I have just included show is equal to curly braces true over here. So now I'm just going to the course.jsx. Here I'm gonna remove this written over here. So you can see there is nothing returning in our web page. There is no rendering happening over here. So now I'm gonna give a condition if props dot show, then return. So what I'm mentioning over here is if props dot show, which says that in our course, if anything is assigned true for the show, then we have to return these HTML tags. So you can see over here, we have given show is equal to true for the last component, which is like React course over here, right? So only for those component, you can see it's been rendered over in our web page. So now I'll just copy this and then I'll just paste over here. Now you can check our CSS course is also been visible in our web page. So basically, we are just telling to our React that show equal to true, which means if the variable show equal to true is assigned, then you just render these HTML tags in our web page. If not, then don't do it. So in case we should write some else case for this, right? If show is equal to false, then we can write some other HTML components over here, right? So what I'm doing, I'm just copying this return function over here, and then I'm just using an else part, which says that some same concepts are copy pasted. So here you can see all the things have been pasted over here. But my aim is if show is equal to false, which is then I have to return something, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove all this and even this, saying that course not available. So now you can see here in our app.jsx, we have given show equal to true and show equal to true for CSS and React. So remaining we have didn't give anything, but React understands show is equal to false for those things. So now if you go and check, only CSS and React is been rendered, and for the other things it gave the else part over here, which is course not available. So this is called conditional rendering. We are rendering based on some conditions over here. So even if we change this true to false, you can see CSS course is also not rendered over here. So we no need to enter false for all the cases. It's better you can leave it blank, and you can just mention true for the cases which you want to render. So this is called conditional rendering. So now let's see what is prop types over here. So prop types is nothing but we are gonna mention that what data types should our props should have over there. Example, we have title over here, right? So title should be basically in string. So we are gonna mention those rules over there. I mean conditions. And price should be number, right? So that price can be calculated. So we have to mention price should be number data type. It should not be in a string or any other things, right? So mentioning these things are called prop types. So now let's see how we can handle these data types over here. So let me write the component name over here, which is course dot. We have a variable called prop type. equal to, so we have to import something over here in the top, which is import prop type. Oh, sorry, it's prop type. So import prop type from, we have a package called prop-types. So from package called props-types, we are importing through a variable called prop type, and we are using those variable over here. So now I'm going to mention over here is title we have, right? So title should be in string. So prop type dot string. So now you can see in our inspect video, I mean in our console log, you can see there is no any errors over here. But now in our app.jsx, instead of title, let me consider this HTML course. I'll just remove this and I'll just enter a number over here saying that 100. So now you can see there is no any difference, which is number is being displayed over here in our course component. But in our console page, you can check we have an errors saying that failed to reload app.jsx from source folder. This could be due to client 882 syntax error something, because we have given a condition that our title should be in a form of string, but we have mentioned it in a number. So this is an error which is we are handling over here, and this won't be displayed in our web page, but it will be displayed in our backend purposes. This is called conditional rendering and prop types in React. So where will these be very useful in the sense? Let's consider you are building a login page. So when the user authenticates properly, then you have to log in into the website. Else you have to show this forgot password or else like reset password or incorrect password. Those HTML tags are like need to be visible, right? So in those cases, you can use this conditional rendering and this show variable and all those things. And this is mostly useful for backend people to interact with the front end and make the projects understand. And that's it guys of this conditional rendering in this episode 6, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. Hey everyone, so this is Joel over here, and this is our 7th episode in our React series. And in this episode, we will be looking into the topic called what is dynamic content loading. So yeah, let's get started. And this is the web page which we left previously, and we're gonna start from here. And what is dynamic content loading? So the statement says that we are gonna load something dynamically without static. So here you can see we have load all these 4 cards with a static method. We are using all this course tag for 4 times to create a cards like this. But this is not a proper way for programmers to write a React program, since this takes large numbers of lines to write the programs. And second thing, a new programmer can't read these program lines for him or his understanding. So we have to use a dynamic content loading logic over here to bring these cards to render over here. So let's see how we can do this. And here you can see we have used 4 HTML tags, which is 4 course tags to bring these cards. But in dynamic loading, we are going to use only 1 course tag, and we are going to bring all these 4 cards over here. So first thing is we have to go and create a JSX file in our source folder. So let me create it. And now I name it as course list over here, .jsx. So, okay. I have mentioned it .js, so it's JSX. Okay. So now we created a JSX file called course list. So as a default template, we will just make those functions and exporting and all. So function course list, and it's gonna return, right? And open bracket, and yeah. And at last we have to export this, right? So export default course list. Okay, done. So now this is a basic thing we used to create while creating a component, right? So this is kind of basic. So now what I'm gonna do is for using these images, I'm gonna use all these pictures import statements over here in my course list or JSX. So you can see I'm not going to use any images over here, and I'm going to remove all these tags. Okay, let me remove this later. And here we have course.jsx, right? So we want to import even this component in our course list.jsx. So what I'm going to do is import course from uh, course.jsx. So all these images and our course component is being imported. So now let's create a list containing all those cards. So yeah, we have removed everything, right? So there won't be any rendering in our web page. So now we are gonna create a list, gonna have the list of all the cards and those details over here. So now inside this function, I'm gonna write const. Let me name it as cards. Okay, so cards is equal to list, or you can say it as an array, list or array. So now inside this list, I'm gonna create a object over here. Okay, this is our first element. Those curly braces is the first element, which is zeroth index of a list or array, you can say it. So we are creating an object over here, and here in the object, we need to write the details of a cards. So here we have course.jsx, and we are getting image as an input, title as an input, description as an input, and price as an input, right? So title colon learn HTML. Okay, this should be in strings over here. Okay. So next we have description over here. So instead of writing one by one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take all these things, and in course list.jsx, let me remove this, and here I'll just, instead of equal to, I'll just make it a colon and comma enter, and colon comma enter. Okay, comma enter and colon. So now we have created a card. Our first card is HTML course, and we have the description of the course and price of the course and image of the course. So for right now, I'll just make it into string $99. Yeah. So let us create a second card over here. And now I'll just copy paste these things. Yeah. So now it is CSS course and learn CSS. Let it be same, and image is CSS, right? And CSS. So for right now, let us keep it for two cards over here. We have used HTML course and CSS course cards over here. So we have created a list containing the details of those cards. So if we click on this arrow, it becomes minimized over here. So now in return, now before going to return, we are going to map it. So you must know what is arrow functions in JavaScript, and if not, go and gain knowledge in arrow functions, and then you just start looking into this episode, because arrow function is the main concept over here. So now I'm just creating a const saying course list over here. Course list is equal to, let me have a variable called cards dot map. We are gonna map those cards, and in brackets, let me create a arrow function over here. And this arrow function is gonna have our course tag over here. So now we are gonna pass a variable over here. You can say it as, or else argument over here, you can say it as courses, something like this. So now here let's look for a while. I'll just explain you what's happening later. So now what I'm gonna do is, we have title, right? So title is equal to courses dot title. Sorry, it should be like inside the bracket. Courses dot title. And next we have price is equal to courses dot price. And we have next, what else we have over here? Description, right? So let's copy this. So description is equal to courses dot description. And lastly we have image, right? So image is equal to courses dot image. So let me minimize this, or else wait, let me break it down into here. Price, description, and image. Yeah. So now what we are doing over here is, we have created a variable called course list, right? And this course list is gonna have a mapping of this cards. So cards is a list we have created to hold these values. So cards. Now this card is gonna map with course title. So now let's say we have title, right? Now this title HTML course is being mapped by the card, and it's inside this courses argument, you can say. Now to access this, we are just telling title is equal to courses dot title, because we have the data in courses. So courses dot title. So mention those data in title and store it in title over here. So this title is the variable of this title over here. So once the data is being stored in courses, we are just telling to store it in title, and this whole thing will be stored in this title, and this variable title and this variable title are both as same over here. So next it will be rendered in our UI. So now let's check and see for these two cards, and now we are going to return this const over here, and this is a variable, right? So of course we have to return in curly braces. So course list, but return statement should be fragmented with those tags. So let me just cut it and make those tags over here, and I'll just return it over here. Next step is we have to export this to app.jsx file. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove all these things over here. So now we have to import it first, right? So import we have it as course list from course list dot jsx. So T has been missed over here. Okay, is there any mistake? So the error which I got it some name convention error over here. So I just rename this course list.jsx into cards.jsx over here, and even function name I just changed to cards and exported as a cards over here. So in app.jsx I have imported this import statement as cards, and I've used as a HTML tag with this fragmented over thing over here. So now let's go and check. You can see HTML course and CSS course has been included. So now you can see over here we have created the cards which is containing the title, HTML course and this button. But those description and image price didn't render over here. The reason is now if you check in course.jsx, we have price with small p and description with lowercase d over here. So now let's go and check in our cards. So now you can see these both have been changed over here. Let me change and show you. Let me change this uppercase d into lowercase and price to lower p over here. And now over here, this description should be changed to lowercase d and even this. So now if you go and check, you can see our description is being enabled over here, because the thing what I'm trying to say is we are accessing these variables over here. So both these variables should be linked. So according to name convention rules, both should be in proper cases over here, because it's most React is most case sensitive thing, right? So we have to be very conscious with these uppercase and lowercase also with over here. And now for image, so you can see all the things got rendered over here. Now let's find it for image. What's the thing we have to do over here? So image is equal to courses.image over here, but in our courses we have img over here. So in cards.jsx, in image you have to write it as img. And now let's see. So you can see over here. So basically our course.jsx component file is being linked with this cards.jsx, and we are just using same variables to link those two components. So let's tell the summary of this video. The thing is, now in app.jsx, previously we used 4 types of course tags over here to bring this cards, right? So now we are just using dynamic content loading thing. So first step, we have to create a dedicated JSX file over here, which I created as cards.jsx over here. Previously it was in course list.jsx. Some name convention errors I got because while I'm testing, I wrote the same file name, so it got overwritten over those previous files. So I just changed the name over here, which is like cards.jsx. So first step, we have to create a dedicated JSX file, and as of normal, you have to create this function cards and return statement and this export as default. As a second step, we have to create a const cards over here, which is saying that we are creating a list over here. So this list are gonna contain objects of your cards, and this is the elements of your card thing. So here we are gonna include all details over here. So const cards is equal to list containing all these objects over here. And third step, we have to map these cards to a variable over here. So we are creating a const variable over here and saying that map this cards. Cards is the list which we have created over here. Cards.map, which is gonna map with an arrow function inside it. We are just telling take an argument called courses over here and map this to a tag. So now course title is equal to courses or title, which is we are creating a course tag over here, and we're just telling title is equal to courses dot title. So basically this cards is gonna map. Example, let's speak this title CSS codes. This data is been now inside this courses argument via cards. So cards is mapping this title argument inside this courses, and this is gonna be used over here. So this data is being included over here, and now it's been stored over this title over here. So now this title is been linked to this course.jsx, and now it got rendered over here in our HTML page. Now let's go and change it over here by adding a new card over here. So I'll just make a comma, and then I'll just create an object over here. So now instead of CSL, let me give it as JS, and learn JS, and image is JS, I guess. Yeah, the JS is the image I have imported. So now let's go and check over here in our web page. You can see a new card has been added. So without using multiple course tags. So this is more easier for reacting to bring your cards without using multiple times of course tags. So that's it, guys. This is the dynamic content loading of React, and let's see it on next episode 8 of a React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 8th episode of a React series. And in this episode, we will be covering the topic called filtering and sorting. What is filtering and sorting, and how it can be implemented in React. So, before entering into the topic, I would like to clarify some things from the previous episodes. So previously we have seen what is dynamic loading. So we have created a component called course.jsx, and instead of making hard programming over here, we have given the argument values, and we have just used cards.jsx, and we have imported all our values in the form of objects, and then we have dynamically loaded our cards over here. So this is the place we left in previous episode, right? Here in our web page, if you just right click and check inspect window console, you can see an error over here saying that each child in a list should have a unique key property. So basically our course.jsx file is a parent file, and this parent file has a child file called cards.jsx. So what they meaning over here is each child in a list should have a unique key. So once we append an object over here, a child will be created. Let's demonstrate and show you. I'll just copy this, and you can see right now we have only one React course. If I just append an object over here, you can see a child is being created. So basically this is a child. This HTML course card is a child which exists in parent file called course.jsx. So all this child should have an unique identifier. That's what they are meaning over here, called key. To access these files individually, we want an key or unique identifier. So in our script, we didn't include any key or ID over here. So this has to be included to access each child independently. So let's include it, and there are two ways to include the key over here. So first, if you are importing the data from any database or table, we have either ID or else serial number, which is always be unique for each instances, right? So those ID or serial number can be given as key over here. Example, since I have written my instances through objects, I'm just giving my ID over here, mentioning ID 1, comma, and ID colon 2, comma. Let's better copy this. ID 3, and ID 4 and last ID 5. So we have given ID or else unique identifier for her cards. So now we have to tell our parent file that we have an individual ID for each child. So the attribute is, let's refresh. So the attribute over here is key, right? So this is the attribute we are gonna tell our parent file course. So key is equal to brackets courses dot id. So now if we refresh, you can see the error is gone. So we have given individual ID for our each child. Example, for HTML course, our ID number is 1. Using this ID 1, you can access our HTML course card. I mean the child over here. ID 2 is for CSS course. ID 3 is for JS course. Same way, we have provided an individual identifier for each child over here. So this is a one way for giving a key for a child. There's the other way. Here we are using array, right? So array basically has index. So this particular object is placed in index 0. This particular object is placed in index 1. So basically for each object the index is unique over here. So instead of explicitly providing the ID over here, we can just mention the index also. Let's remove these IDs. So now if we refresh and check, again the key has to be included, the warning comes over here. So now in our map function we are just using an argument courses, right? With it we can just include an argument called index, which is we are getting the index of the each object. So HTML course index is 0 over here, and for CSS it's 1, for JS course it's 2. So basically for each objects we have an index over here. So this index will be given as parameter over here. So yep. So now if we check, the key error, I mean the key warning has been gone, because each child has the unique identifier which is index, their own index. HTML has 0th index, CS has first index, JS course has second index, and this React has third index. So better I'll just remove this. Yep. So this is the one I wanted to say. And second thing is, let's remove this HTML course from here. I mean, let's have this brackets, and we'll just remove the contents over here. Now you can see this block is been shown, I mean rendered in our web UI, but it doesn't has any meaning, right? So we no need to have this kind of cards over here. That meaning what I'm telling over here is, since this is an empty object, even though it's an empty object, this object has been rendered in our web UI, which is not required over here. So what is the option over here? We can just move on with it. It's conditional rendering. So conditional rendering, in the sense, we will just add an attribute called show over here, and if show is true, we will just make an if else condition in our parent, and if it's true, we will just make this return statements render in our web UI. But this is a laborious work to do, and we have a better way to fix this conditional rendering in an easier manner. So from this child card, let's move on to these objects. So from here we are getting attributes like title, description, price, and image. So which can be a primary key over here? Of course it's title, right? Because Without a price also a course can be rendered in UI, making that the price will be announced later in some other way. Description is also not a mandatory one. Image they can or they might know it, but title is more important, right? Without title, the user can't understand what is this course about, right? So title is more a major attribute over here. So now in this title is the primary key, right? So now in our parent file, which is course.jsx, props dot title ampersand ampersand. So now if we check, you can see that empty box is being disappeared over here. So basically what happens here is uh, same as conditional rendering. It's like kind of if else condition, but actually not. I will explain why. Because ampersand, in the sense, it's a logical function which is called AND. So basically AND has two inputs or else three inputs. Basically the AND function is, if both are true, it will return true, else it will return false over here. In first case, props.title, you can see in our cars.jsx, in first object, props.title is empty over here, which indicates false. So now in course.jsx, this whole statement becomes false and this is true. So false and true will return false. This is the basic logic of our AND gates over here, or else AND logics. So false and true will return false. Hence, there won't be any child will be creating in our UI. Else in other object, if you just verify, we have title called CSS courses, right? So this has a title which is true. So here this value will be true, and true will return a true, and this will create an object. Let's remove the title alone and check. I'm just removing the CSS course title and just comment this. So now in our course.jsx, title is false over here. So here you can see CSS course has been disappeared. Only JS and React is been visible over here. So instead of using show attribute and if else, React is basically used to write scripts with less number of lines, right? So this is an alternative method of conditional rendering also. So these two things I wanted to include in this episode itself. Later, hooks and other more deeper concepts are gonna start. So let's finish this basics with proper clear I thought of. So I just gave this attributes and all those things. Okay. So now let's reset our objects over here. Okay. Yep. So now, yeah. Okay. Now let's move on to our actual episode 8, which is filtering and sorting. So first, let's move on with sorting. Later, we'll just move on to filtering. So I'll just make this hidden. Okay. Yep. So what is sorting? Sorting is basically we are gonna arrange our objects in based on some algorithm. It can be ascending, descending, or else your own algorithms you can have. So now let's, for simplicity, let's move on with ascending and descending. In future episodes, we can just look into the like your one scripts how you can write for sorting algorithm. So now we are gonna sort this parent file, right? Course.jsx. So let's include this. We have included in a variable called course. Let me copy this and course dot sort. We have a function called sort, which is method over here. So we are not going to write a sorting algorithm. Sorting algorithm is already written in our React. We are just going to import the method and we are going to use it. So if it is single numbers and all those stuffs, you can just give the values over here. But our list contains objects, right? So of course we have to write a arrow function over here. Without arrow function, you can't fill this sort. Even map, we have written arrow functions because we are using objects over here. That's what I said in the first episode itself. Please be aware of what is arrow functions from JavaScript. JavaScript is mandatory for learning React because React is the library of JS, right? Of course, yeah. So course.sort, here we are gonna write an arrow function saying that I'm gonna get two arguments. Let's consider it as x comma y. So x is a object of first index, I mean zeroth index. Y is the again an argument gonna hold the object of first index. So x comma y, we are gonna sort these cards based on let's have price category. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is y dot price minus x dot price. So from y is a object, right, which is gonna hold the first index over here. So in this first object, take the price, and this price $299 will be uh, in this area. It will be like holding in this place. So $299 will be available over here, y dot price. Next, in x dot price, zeroth index, right, which is $4.99, this value will be replaced over here, x dot price. So now if we check over here, it won't work because data type is matter over here, because we have given price in string, right? We have to convert this into number, then only arithmetical operations will be applicable over here. Let's remove this. Data type is more important. That's what, like, while starting itself we have to give the proper data types to avoid this. Yep. Okay, now let's go and check after changing these data types. Okay, again still it's not rendered over here. This is because we have made a small mistake over here, because see over the line over here, we are just given course dot sort, right? What does this course hold over here? This is a variable name of a parent file. Does a parent file has been linked over here? No, right? So basically we have to sort this array which is called cards. So this is a human error. So instead of course, it should be cards over here. Yep. So now you can see all the cards is being sorted in descending order, which is 999, 899, 499, 299 in terms of price. So what's happening over here is we are getting an x argument which holds a particular object, taking y argument holds the second object, taking the price attribute of y and taking the price attribute of x, and if we do the difference, this will result into a descending order. This is a formula for descending order you can have. In case if you want to arrange this in ascending order, you can just go on with x and y, x dot price minus y dot price. So this will result in ascending order. So this is a sorting algorithm, and you can just include whatever arguments you want, either y comma x, either way. So if you include in y comma x, this will again sort in descending order, because x and y doesn't matter over here, which is first argument and second argument is mattered over here. If you want to sort in again in ascending, it's like y dot price and x dot price. You can see it got sorted in ascending. So basically first argument and second argument is matter over here. Better you can just have it x and y and keep this formula. This is like very basic syntax. So this is the sorting algorithm. So next let's see how to filter this. So for filtering, let's filter these cards based on price value which is greater than 500. Okay, so now const, I'm just creating a variable like VFM courses, value for many courses. Okay, so now which is equal to, we are gonna filter from this cards, right? So what is our array name, which is cards over here? Just copy this, paste cards dot, we have a method called filter. So this method has to include a predicate. It's like hovering over there, right? Saying that we have to include a predicate. Based on some predicate it should filter, right? So again, same, we are gonna use arrow function over here. Arrow function is again mandatory for React. So now let's write a arrow function, and now I'm gonna get an argument called cards over here, or else let's have it as course itself. So course is like a random variable or a random argument I'm just giving. It doesn't have any meaning in other attributes over here. Just I'm gonna get a cards, I'm gonna store these cards in a course argument. That's it. This can be whatever you want. It's a unique thing. So now course is an argument I'm getting in an arrow function, and this course I'm gonna filter it based on price. So course dot price, let's keep it less than 200. Okay, so now this should be filtered. Let's check. No, it's not filtered because we have just made our filter algorithm and stored in VFM courses. We have never set our app.jsx to render this VFM courses, right? So in cards here, in map function, we are again mapping this list over here, I mean array over here. Instead of this cards, you have to include our filtered variable over here, which is VFM courses, value for many courses. So now if we check, our UI is empty because it doesn't have any course which is less than 200. So let's keep it as less than 899. Okay, yep. So now you can see there are two courses which was less than 899 is been filtered and got rendered in our UI. So this is called filtering concepts, and let's try with greater than 899. I guess one, yeah. React course has been like filter. Let's try with equal to, double equal to. So now you can see JS course has been given, which is double equal to is checking operator over here. It's not evaluating or something else. Okay, so now this is our filter and sort. Let's explain the filter again once. So what we are doing is we are just creating a variable called VFM courses, and cards is the name of our list. We are just taking this list and we are just giving this list to filter method. So this filter method is gonna handle an arrow function which says that, example, in cards, let's take the first object is been stored in our course. This argument name is a unique name. You can just give whatever you want. It doesn't have any sense in a React script. So this card is being stored in our course. So this course will be now again taking a attribute called price, and based on that attribute we are gonna use a number, or else you can use string and other data types too, but for better understanding I just move on with numbers over here. We are gonna check with the arithmetic operator over here. So based on this condition, the filtered cards will be stored in VFM courses. So this variable is again mapped with our map function, and we are providing those title, description, image and price to our parent file, and this parent file will again be exported in our app.jsx and it will get rendered in our UI. So this is called what is sorting and filtering, and This is how you can implement these two techniques in a React. Hope you guys understood this well. Let's see you on the episode 9 of a React series where we can see what is buttons and how you can handle buttons. Right now we have buttons and it doesn't make any sense, right? Let's give a soul to this button in our next episode. And yep, thank you guys. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here. So this is our ninth episode of a React series, and previously we have seen what is filtering, sorting, and all those stuffs. And in this episode, we will just look into what is click events. That is, we are gonna give some functional capabilities for these buttons over here. So this is a place which we left. Let me reset the cards. Okay, const.vfm courses. I'll just remove this, and instead of this it should be, what's the thing, cards, right? Yeah, cards. Even sorting is no need. I'll just remove, and yep, we got all the cards over here. Okay, so now let's go into our episode, and this is our episode 9, which we are gonna see the concept called what is click handling. So now we have a buttons called enroll. So these buttons doesn't have any computational functions. Let's open our console window. Let's reload this. So now you can see there is no any computational function is happening over here because we didn't write any scripts for our buttons over here. So now to write a scripts, we have a variable, or else you can say a property in a button called on click. Okay, here's the one. On click, curly braces open and curly braces closes. So here, uh, basically in our HTML and JavaScript, we used to give in double quotes, right? So let's assume we are giving in double quotes. So now let's write it a variable called purchased. So now you can see on click listener value to be function instead of getting a string. They're just throwing an error over here saying that on click property is always will hold a function in React. Unlike in JavaScript, it won't hold a string over here. So instead of giving this in a quotes, we have to give a function over here. So before here, I'll just write a function saying that function button handle, okay, something button handle, and I have created a function over here. So now in this function I'm gonna print something console.log saying that this course is, sorry, is being enrolled, something kind of this. Okay, so now here in this button handle is the name of the function, right? I'll just copy this, and over here I'll just paste this. But still you can see it throws an error because we have to give this in dynamically, which is we have to enclose this with the curly braces. So now you can see on click equal to button function, and as per in our Java and HTML we used to give our parenthesis over here, which is gonna pass an argument over here. So now if you just see, I didn't click the buttons over here. Instead of clicking these buttons, these courses has been printed in our console. You can see the course has been enrolled, the course is in enrolled, like it got printed in our console.log. This is because this parenthesis makes the React to call by itself without any actions in the button. This parenthesis will be called. So in JavaScript and HTML, we are using this kind of syntaxes to our on-click property for our button. But in case of React, these parentheses should be removed. So now if we just refresh it, you can see console.log is empty. And if we click that HTML course, it says the course has been enrolled. CSS, it says enrolled. JavaScript, React course, it says it's been enrolled over here. You can click how many times you want. Okay. So parenthesis can't be provided over here. Okay, then how we can pass an argument over here? Let's say we are just getting an argument called discount. Some discount value we're just getting. And what I'm going to tell is this course is being enrolled, comma, enrolled with, comma, I'm just getting this discount value. And then I'll just paste this. This course has been enrolled with discount something. Okay. So in first click also, you can just add the title of a course, like what course is been enrolled for. In this case, I'll just take argument like props dot title and just give comma over here. That's it. So now we are just getting an argument called discount over here. So now if you just refresh it and if you just click, you can see uh, the discount thing alone is got emptied over here. So this is because we didn't pass any argument over here. So this button handle doesn't passing any argument, so that this can be received and the value can be passed over here. But in on click function, if we just append this parenthesis for passing the argument, if we check in console.log, everything got uh, printed without any actions in the button. The console.log got printed over here. And you can see instead of discount, it says undefined, which is discount is not being defined in our scripts since we didn't pass any argument. So what is the way we can pass an argument is we can wrap this function into a container, or else you can say anonymous function, or else it's also called as arrow function. That's what I have said. Arrow function is most important in React. Without arrow function, you can't do nothing in React. So arrow function is much more important. So now let's write an arrow function. So brackets open, and it's a kind of anonymous function, right? Since it's single line, I'm not just giving this brackets over here, curly braces, since it's a single line over here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass some number which is 45. So now if you just refresh it and if you just click on JS course, it says JS course, this course is being enrolled with 45%. Okay, let's remove this presentation. Okay, so now if you just click on the button, it says CSS course has been enrolled with 45% discount. React course has been enrolled with 45% something. So to pass an argument in our button, we have to use a anonymous function which is called arrow function over here. And next thing is we can get an argument in an arrow function saying that event, and we are gonna pass this event over here. Okay, so this event I will be just getting over here as, let's keep it as e, and over here I'll just print console.log e. Okay, so now you can just see if I click any button over here, like in this case if I click React, it says React course is enrolled with 45% is the what we know. In below that you can see an event is being printed in our console. So this is some attributes or else properties or else events of your buttons. So this is not quite useful for everyone, but in some case it is very useful. Example, you can see alt key is like alternative key. Instead of clicking, we would assign some other keyboard shortcuts to make the button press. Example, enters for Google search and those kinds of thing. And the X and Y coordinates. Default prevented is some default keys will be assigned for some buttons, right? Those buttons are being like false, which is they are removed, and target is button, shift key is being turned off. Okay, so all these events can be print and viewed for backend purposes in future, but this is not much needed for a front-end developer over here. So events, even instead of taking this as an argument over here, we can just cut this and make this thing into curly braces for multiple lines, and I'll just paste a semicolon, and I'll just print it over here. Even now you can see if I click, okay, E is not defined because it's not E over here, it's event, right? Yep. So now if you just click on here, you can see same event is been printed over here. Instead of printing it inside a function, you can go in this manner also. It doesn't make any sense over here. Okay, fine. Now this is been done. Printing all these things in console has been happened. Next thing is how can we open a link through a click of button. Okay, so now let me erase this. Okay, and no need of getting any arguments also. Okay, so let's close this and make this brackets closed. Even this, no need of anonymous function also. You can just write a script in this button handle itself. For simplicity, I'll just go with google.com. Okay, this is a google.com. Let's change it to light mode. Yep. So now I'll just copy the link of it. Right click and copy link. Okay, I have copied the link of our Google homepage. So now I'll just open this React. So our motive is if this button has been clicked, it should open a link window, right? So instead of printing this, I'll just make this comment. We have a property. Okay, why is it not getting comment? Okay, we have a property called window dot open is a method. So we are gonna open a window. Window is already predefined thing in a React. So using that, we are gonna open a window. Open is a method. So here inside a method, they are like suggesting you like paste this URL in a string. So we are mentioning a quotes and we are simply pasting this URL over here. You can't paste the uh, just an address over here. You have to place the full web address with HTTPS to make this web window.open to access over here. Okay, so now let's move on to our React page. If we just click on any button, you can see the window has been opened. Either over here, you can see the window has been opening. So this is how you can open an external link using the click of your button, and this is quite useful when you are just creating an web application, so on other stuffs. Even this can be written without handling a function over here. Let's cut this. I'll just make this function comment. Okay, so now in on click, instead of button handling, we can just make this as a statement over here. So even now, okay, see now before clicking on the button, the function is being called over here. This is because we are using a parenthesis which makes the function which makes the on click to call by itself, right? We have seen in earlier first part of our video, right? So we have to wrap this with an arrow function over here. Let's make this into arrow function saying that this thing. So now if we open our host page and if you just click, it just open into the window UI. So you can just go with either options. Either you can just go with this function or else this way. Anything is fine. So that's it of buttons, and there are some more computational functions, like if we click on the buttons, it may render some UI element in our React component. But to handle those things, we need to understand what is use state hook over here. So on next episode, we will just look into what is use state hook, and using that we can just see based on the click events how we can alter the UI in our React page and web UI. So that's it of in this video. Hope you guys understood. Thank you and stay tuned for the next episode. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 10th episode of a React series. And in this episode, we will look into the topic called what is hooks. As a first step, let's look into what is use state hooks over here. So now, what is use state hook and why is it useful? So before seeing these two contents, let's see how the components in the React is been rendered in the UI. So as I said in first episode, I'm not sure whether it's in first or second episode, we used to have a two main JSX file, which is main.jsx and app.jsx. So here main.jsx file will load app.jsx file over here, and this will load the course component over here, which is cards. So basically main.jsx will hold app.jsx, and after app.jsx is been loaded, it will load the component which is called cards, and that will be rendered in our UI. Okay, so if any actions has been happened inside the rendered UI, will React be re-rendering it again? This question says that React doesn't re-render anything as per his normal libraries over there. So here comes the hooks, which is used to bypass the React, which makes some UI to be changed after rendering, which is called re-rendering the UI while it's been already rendered. So let's see how is it. Example over here, we have button called enroll. So if this button is been clicked, there is no change in the UI, right? So now let's consider we have a variable called where. Okay, where is very old. Let's go with let. So let purchased is equal to false. Let me keep it as. So here I have the button which has on click property and handles a function called button handle. So once this button has been clicked, it opens this function which is over here. And for right now, I'll just make this thing as a comment. Okay. So what I'm going to tell is if the button is clicked, let's make the purchased value as true over here. Okay. So once the button has been clicked, the purchased value will be true. So now once this purchased is been true, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to create a p tag. So here I'm going to use ternary operators. Instead of going with if else, if we guys go with ternary, it ends up with single line over here. So let's write the ternary operators. So other than the contents which you're going to enter inside the p tag, they should be wrapped up with curly braces, right? So curly braces indicates they are a variable or function, you can say. If they are under quotes, they're used to render it in the UI. So since you're going to write a logic over here, we are going to use this curly braces. So what I'm going to tell is purchased question mark, which is if purchased is true, purchased question mark in the sense, if purchase value is become true, then we can just make a UI to render the course is being purchased. Okay. Else. So colon is used to create a else part. Else we can say get it now. Okay. So now if we go and check inside our rendered UI, you can see get it now is been default because till now purchase is in false. So let's click and see this button. So according to our logic, if we click the button, purchased should be true. And if purchased is true, it should render the course is purchased instead of get it now, right? So let's see what happens. Now let's click. You can see nothing is happening over here. It's still in get it now. Why? What's the reason? Let's go and print this purchase and see. Console.log purchased. Okay, I'm just printing this purchased. Once this button has been clicked, purchase will become true and console.log is been printed. Okay, so let's open inspect console. Let me refresh it. So now let's click on these buttons. You can see purchased has been true, but still our UI didn't change over here. This is because React will render all the UI once at a time. If it's been rendered, you can't manipulate the rendered UI again to bring back a new UI over here. So here comes use of useState, which is as a normal sign says, right? State is kind of three different types, which is solid, liquid, ice. These are three states for water. So same kind we are gonna implement states over here, which is gonna make our whole variable into a state. Example, here this let purchased is a local variable, whereas this can't be used inside a function because it's a local variable, right? It should be state variable. To make it as a state variable, we are going to use this use state over here. Let's see the what is the syntax of use state. So let me remove this. First, our data type is constant, square brackets, our variable name. Our variable name is purchased over here. Purchased, comma, set purchased. So purchased, comma, set purchased is equal to use state. So once you click the use state, React will automatically import the use state import statements, but still you have to look into the statements. This is very basic syntax. We are just importing use state from React. That's it. So syntax over here is const purchased set purchased use state is by default value should be given over here. So set purchase is also a method, whereas use state is also a method over here. So the value which we are going to enter over here will be assigned to this purchased value. So now let's make it as false. Okay. So purchased value is being used as false over here. So now here, instead of doing in this method, we have to use this set purchased. So set purchased is a state variable, right? So set purchase, I said it's a method over here. So instead of equal to, you have to use this curly braces and give the values to be changed, which is true over here. Good. So now purchased is being changed. I mean, previously purchased was in false. But once this set purchase becomes true, this purchase will become true over here. And here we have to change it to uppercase. Okay, so yeah, done. So now if the button has been clicked, enroll button has been clicked, it just opens this button handle function. So button handle function will set the purchased value from false to true over here. Purchased is false. This button handle will set the purchased value to the true. And once this becomes true, we are going to check over here. If purchased is true, then the course has been purchased. Else get it now. So now let's refresh it. Okay, so let me make this command and okay, fine. Now let's try clicking a button over here. So now you can see the course has been purchased. Yes, it's not a re-render. We are just rendering this particular card alone. Second time. Other than these three cards, only this CSS course card is alone be rendered again. So now let's see, clicking on this. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. So this is how you can manipulate your rendered React UI to bring some changes in the UI. So here we have seen an example using a data type, right? So let's see an example using some computational functions over here. So now while clicking on the enroll button, let's make this as enroll with discount. So okay, we got the buttons. So now we will pass a discount value. I'm not using the proper discount functions over here, just giving you an example how a computational functions other than a boolean data type can be used over here. So button handle, let's give the discount value as, let's say 25%. Okay. So as I said in previous episode, for buttons, if you're passing an argument, it should be in anonymous function, which is called arrow function over here. Okay. So arrow functions we have included. And now, and here we are going to create a variable, right? useState variable, which is const. Let us use it as discount. Okay. And set discount, which is equal to useState. So what is the default value? So we are gonna discount this price, right? Where is price? Okay, price has been removed, I guess. Let's use this price, which is, let it be h4 props dot price. Yeah, so now price has been included. So we are gonna change this price with the discounted value. So our default value should be props dot price. Okay, so now this button is being clicked. 24 is the value which is being loaded over here in the amount, and we are gonna change this set discount value, which is, first it was in discount, and we are gonna change the discount value with some computational functions, and we will use set discount method to set the value for this discount, right? So now set discount, it's a method. So here what I'm gonna do is, amount is the discount we needed to subtract it, right? So the amount we have, it is discount minus amount over here. So example 25, like consider the price is 100. So discount will be 100 over here, and using set discounts, we are just setting the value as 100 minus 25, which will be 75 will be loaded over here. Okay. So now let's check over here. You can see the numbers are being not subtracting over here. Let's see the error. Okay. So here computational functions is happening over here. Discount value is being changed, but we didn't say the UI to render the discount thing, right? So here instead of props or price, we have to render this discount. So now if we click, you can see 25% is been reduced over here. You can click multiple times. Even here it's working. Even here. So even here. So this is the way you can use a computational functions to make changes in your rendered UI. So this is the use of useState hook, and we have started our main chapters in React. Let's meet you on next episodes with other hooks in React. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here. So this is our 11th episode of a React series, and in previous episode we have seen what is useState and how to use the useState. And in this video we will just look into what is methods as props in React. So this is quite similar to our previous episode. Let's take an example and execute it, and let's check how this methods as props is being used over here. So this is our rendered UI, right? So this is our cards which we rendered. So can we able to delete a particular card if we insert a delete button over here? Yes, that can be done. So example, this is a cards.jsx file. So let's consider we don't want this JS course. Okay, so this JS course card should be removed by the actions that is been done inside the rendered UI. So first let's look into the logic how this can be done. So to remove this JS course, it's very simple. From your list called cards, we have to remove this particular object alone. So now you can see the JS course has been removed. So that's it. We have to perform this technique inside our UI. If this logic is done, you can simply delete your cards from the rendered UI. So while doing this, we will learn how to provide a methods as a props in this example itself. So our motive is, first thing, we are going to create a button called delete. If this button has been clicked, that particular object or the particular card should be deleted. So first step, let's create a button. So course.jsx. So behind this enroll with discount, I'll just create another button naming delete me. Okay, so or else let's keep it as delete. So now if we check, we have two buttons, which is enroll with discount and delete. If we click on enroll with discount, it will give the result as the course has been purchased. So now we want to write the logic such that if we click on this delete button, this particular object should be deleted. So I have previously said, right? So to delete the object, we have to remove this particular object details from this list of cards. So since we have the details over here, we have to write the function for our button, which is delete button, over inside this cards.jsx. So let's write. So what I'm going to tell is function handle delete. So function handle delete, which is gonna get an argument, and once this button has been clicked, this logic will be happening over here. So we have to update our cards such that the button which is being clicked should be removed and other objects should be inside this cards list. So how can this be possible? This we have already seen in the topics called sorting and filter. So yeah, we are going to use the concept called filter over here, and we are going to filter the data except the delete button which has been clicked over here. So again, we are going to use the second concept which is called IDs over here. I have said you right, IDs is being the unique element of an particular object over here. So every object has a unique ID which is ID1, ID2. So ID is better to use instead of index because mostly the data will be imported from the DB, which is database. So many database will have their primary key or unique key as ID over here instead of indexes. So let's better we can go with ID over here. So first step, I'll just remove this index over here and I'll make the key as ID. Okay. So now function handle delete, we have to write the logic over here. So what's the logic? Okay.
So now we are going to filter this cards, right, which is the list name called cards. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste here cards dot filter method. Okay. So while clicking the button, I will get the particular object's ID over here. So in the argument, I'll just get the object's ID over here. Or else let's keep it as received ID. Okay. Received ID is the argument which we gonna get. So in the filter, I'm gonna create an arrow function. So let's be the argument as new cards. Okay. So we have to filter all the cards which is not equal to the button of the particular objects which is clicked. So what is it? New cards dot id should not equal to received id. So let's, okay, since we are in the logic, so we can't see the render UI over here. Let me explain you like once I done with everything. Okay. So cards dot filter, we are just using an argument called new cards. So new cards dot id should not be equal to the received id. Okay. So now uh, we have created the method in cards.jsx, but we have to call this function over in course.jsx because we have our button in course.jsx. In previously we had this function which is the method as well as the button in same course.jsx, so we have used it with the button name. But here we have button in course.jsx whereas function in cards.jsx. So how can this be done? So this is the only way we can travel from cards.jsx to course.jsx. So we have to throw this function from cards to course.jsx with a particular format which is called props. So even here we have used props to throw the particular element of an objects from cards.jsx to course.jsx. So this is the only way we have, only path we have, only path to travel from cards.jsx to course.jsx. So I will create a name called delete. Okay, so delete is equal to, which says courses dot, what is the name of the function? Handle delete, right? Okay, yeah. So delete is equal to courses dot handle delete is the function. So okay, let me give it as bracket. Okay, so we are throwing this function through delete variable over here. So this delete variable will be used over here. Insert the button, we have on click property which says props dot delete, and this will hold an argument of the id which has been clicked. The particular id which has been clicked over here will be given as an argument over here, right? Received id. So now how to pass the id, because we have id again over in cards. So now let's create a new variable called id and we will throw the id to course.jsx, which is props.id over here. Sorry, courses.id. Courses.id. So now in course.jsx, inside this we will just make it as props.id. So I have said you, right, a function which has passing an argument should be written in an arrow function. So let's make it into arrow function. Yep, that's it. So once this button is been clicked, the particular ID will be given to here in handle data and it will filter the cards and it will be updating the rendered UI. So now we have to use the useState hook over here. So const cards comma set cards which is equal to useState brackets, and let's give these as a default values. So now over here, cards.filter new cards, this will be wrapped up inside this setter method, which is set cards. So set cards bracket open and close it. That's it. So here I have made a mistake, which is I have given courses.handle delete. So that's why this color coding has been different. You can see it's been fade out over here, which says this handle delete function is not being used anywhere, but we are using it over here, right? So the thing is, what I'm doing over here is from the cards, okay, from the cards, I'm just taking all the objects as a single variable, which is courses over here. But handle.delete is not inside the courses, right? So it should be not courses dot just handle delete over here. Okay, so delete is equal to handle delete. So now you can see the color coding has been enabled. So yeah, so here in the key, you can see I have mentioned only ID over here, which is wrong, which is called courses.id, because ID is inside the cards objects, right? So this one particular object we are just storing into a argument called courses, and from this courses we are accessing this ID. So now let's check our rendered UI. So why it doesn't show any cards over here? Let's go to console and check. Uncaught error, too many renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. So it's telling the rendering is happening like infinite. So okay, yeah. So here what is the mistake which we did is we have given the parenthesis over here which is handle delete. So this is no need to given over here, because we can just provide this over here itself, which is props.delete props ID. So let's check over here, let's refresh it. Okay, let's click on delete. Yeah, it's working properly. So what's happening over here is, let's just consider we are gonna delete this CSS course over here. So once this delete is being clicked, what happens? If the delete has been clicked, first thing, it will provide the delete function with the props.id. So how this props.id is been taken is because of cards.jsx, we are giving id is equal to courses.id. We are passing this as a variable with id, and this is been linked over course.jsx file, which is used over here, props.id. So once the button has been clicked, this delete variable will pass this props.id to this handle delete. So in this handle delete, the props.id will be received over here. Okay, so in this case the id is 2 over here, so 2 will be received over here. So using this set cards method, we will filter the cards. So our new cards will be the cards which is not equal to received ID, right? So if you want to delete this, so this card should be deleted. I mean the ID 2 should be deleted. The rendered UI doesn't have ID 2. It should have ID 1, 3 and 4. ID 2 should be missed over here. So it will filter new cards, which is new cards ID should be not equal to received ID. So after filtering this, it will set cards method will set this cards as the new cards, and that will be rendered in our UI. So if you click on delete, that particular card will be deleted over here. Same way for other cards. And once you refresh, it will be again rendered over here, because we are not using any backend or database to store these cards. It's just a UI over here for our better understanding. So it will be better used in backend. So once a delete has been clicked, a particular instance will be deleted from the database. So this will be very useful for a full stack development peoples. And this is the logic how you can pass a methods as a prop. So methods is been created inside the cards.jsx, which is handle delete, and this has been passed through an variable called delete, and this variable is being used over here inside the button on click property. So props.delete props ID. Props ID has been received again from cards.jsx. So this is the way you can pass the methods as a props in React. So thanks for watching. This is the 11th episode of a React series. Stay tuned for the next episodes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 12th episode of our React series. And in this episode, we will just look into what is use effect. In previous episode, we just saw what is use state and how to use certain method and how to use the use state in our list functions and all those things we have seen. And in this 12th episode, we will just look into what is use effect. So yeah, let's get started. And let's open a JSX file over here. Okay, let's go with cards.jsx itself. So here I'm gonna create a use effect. In previous episodes, we saw this use state, right? So use state is a hook in React which is gonna return something. It's a function which is gonna return something. So since it's returning a something, we are just storing those values in a array or list kind of structure over here. It is a non-void function, whereas useEffect is a void function which is not gonna return anything. So we no need to save any kind of variables to save the use effect over here. Instead, you can directly call the use effect like use effect. That's it, and a parenthesis. So you have called the use effect. Once you call the use effect, you can check your import statement. Use effect has been imported over here. So you can either import it by typing it, or else if you just call this use effect, since we are using VS Code editor, use effect has been imported directly. Okay, now what should be passed inside a use effects argument? So basically, use effect takes two arguments, which is first argument as an anonymous function, which is arrow function, and second argument is a list or an array. So first let's go with arrow function over here. So now let me create a arrow function, okay, saying that console.log use effect is being called. Okay, so we have created a use effect. I mean, we have called a use effect and we have passed the first argument, which is anonymous function. And inside a function, we have used a statement called to print use effect is being called in the console. So now let's go to our web page and check. Let me go to right click and inspect. See, use effect doesn't show any kind of changes in your UI. Instead, it shows the changes in your console page. So now let's open to the console. Okay, let me refresh it. Okay, so now you can see I'm just refreshing it. You can see I'm refreshing it. So now you can see use effect is being called, is being printed twice over here. So in cards for JSX, we have used use effect, and console.log is being used to print the use effect is being called. Whereas in our console page, if you just see, use effect is being called and use effect is being called. It's been printed twice over here. First, let me say why this first statement has been printed over here. Basically, we know, right? React will render all the components when you start your application, when you start your engine over there. So while starting, as usual, while this HTML, CSS, all these course components and cards component, while they are rendering in the UI, even this use effect is being called over here. Okay, so why the second use effect is being called? Actually, React is being used to call twice. React usually renders a component twice because we are using a developer state mode over here. I'll just show you where is it. Let's go to this main.jsx. Okay. So in main.jsx, you can see strict mode and strict mode is being used over here. What does this strict mode says is you are still in a developer function. So React will take a feature that while you're rendering the first time of a components, it will render everything. while at the second time, if there is any error, React will show an error over here. Let's try it. I'm just okay. In useEffect, I'm just removing this some few letters in useEffect. Now if you go and check, you can see you have caught an error over here saying useEff is not defined over here. Or else in import statement, if I remove this useEffect, you see again you are getting an error over here. So basically, since you are in developer mode, useEffect will be called twice. Not only useEffect, all the components will be called twice, because once it is used to render in the web page and second is used to check if there is any error in the elements. So that's the reason we got the useEffect has been called as twice over here. Okay, so now we have seen a basic idea of useEffect. So where's the JSX? Okay, here. So now we have an state variable, right, which is useState. In previous episode we just saw. Can we use this useState variables inside this useEffect? Yes, of course you can use it. So let's try adding this state variable in our useEffect. Okay, so instead of creating an another, okay, let me just create in course.jsx, um or else I'll just do it in cards itself. Okay, so instead of course list, I'll just create a button over here, and in button I'll just create a on click property. Okay, so before that I'll just create a useState variable. So const dummy comma set dummy. Okay, okay, this should be in caps, I guess. Yep. Okay, dummy comma set dummy is equal to useState false, or else true. Okay, let's keep it as false itself. Okay, useState false. So you have created a useState variable which is dummy. So now once this button has been clicked, I'm just gonna use this on click property and gonna mention over here, which is saying that set dummy to true over here. Okay, and here inside this use effect, let me print dummy console.log dummy is being printing over here. Okay, so now let's open to our web page. You can see a button exists. Since we didn't give anything, it's very small. Let's type something over here. Uh, State variable. Okay, so yeah, now it's visible over here. So now if you check, I have said you right, React renders twice. So use effect is been called and use effect is been called. I have also said you that not only use effect, all the components, all the things which is inside our React will render twice. So state variable is also been rendered, which is inside the use effect. Basically, use effect has been called twice. Okay. So now, if we click the state variable, we have to get the false as true over here, right? Let's check state variable. Now you can see use effect is being called and we have successfully changed our state variable from false to true. So this indicates that state variable can be used inside a use effect. But there's a thing you should not use inside a use effect, which is using the setter method of the state variable inside the use effect. So what I'm gonna say over here is, see, we are just having this use effect thing. So this use effect thing is printing console.log. This is fine, and we are just printing the state variable over here. But this is our setter method, right? Set dummy is equal to true. This should not be inside the use effect. Why? Because let's consider you're just keeping this inside a use effect thing. Where is the okay? Okay. So now in use effect, React, while rendering all the components, use effect will be called. Am I right? Okay. So once this use effect has been called, this statement will be printed, which is use effect has been called, and dummy variable will be printed. And as a third statement, you have set dummy is true. So once the set dummy is true, again your component will be re-rendered. This is what we have seen in our previous episode, right? In use state, while you are changing the variable of your state variable, then again those component will be rendered again. If again it's been rendered, then use effect will be called again the statement will be printed, and this statement will be printed, and set dummy will be executed again, and it goes on infinite, and you will be inside a loop. So setter method should not be used inside the use effect. Okay, so now let's try this use effect in our course.jsx itself. Okay, so I'll just refresh it, I mean undo it. Okay, yeah. So now inside this course.jsx, again I'll just create a use effect. Let me create it over here. Okay, so use effect I have created. Same way I'm gonna create a anonymous function, and I'm gonna say is console.log use effect inside course.jsx file. Okay, so now if you just go and check our web page, the use effect is not defined because we have to import it, right? Use effect. So now you can see. Okay, so now you can see use effect inside course.jsx is been printed 4 times over here. Same way here also. Let me remove this use effect from cards. It will be more clear. I'll just comment this. Okay, I'll refresh it. Okay, now you can see use effect inside course.jsx file is been called 4 times over here. This is why, because HTML course component is rendered first. So while rendering this first time, use effect will be called over here. Same way CSS course will be rendered second. So again use effect will be called. Then for JS course, use effect will be called. Then for React course, use effect will be called. So since we have 4 components, and those 4 components will be called by this use effect. Okay, so now let's try clicking on this enroll with discount button. What happens, you just see. So when I'm just clicking this enroll with discount button, you can see again this use effect has been called. This is because while clicking on this enroll with discount button, you are just altering this component alone, which is changing this statement to the course has been purchased. And this statement is been changed, and again React will render this component, right? So again a rendering is happened. So use effect has been called over here. Same way while clicking on delete, it won't happen because delete is inside the cards.jsx file. We are deleting the particular object of a cards list in a cards.jsx file, but we are using use effect inside course.jsx file, so that doesn't make any change over here. But whereas you can see it shows 4 because HTML course has been rendered 1, JS has been rendered 2, React has been rendered 3, and one component got deleted. Even that is also rendering. You're just removing an element from an UI. So that is also rendering, right? So 4. 4 times it's been called. So now let's check it in tags or JSX. So what I'm going to do is use effect has been called inside cards.jsx. So now you can see 4 times it's been used for course.jsx file, and use effect has been called, and use effect is being used 4 times, and use effect is being called. Why is this cards.jsx didn't been printed over here? Let me refresh it. Okay, So useEffect is been called inside course.jsx file, which is 4 times. And in cards.jsx, again, you're just printing useEffect is been called inside cards.jsx. So false, this is because of this state variable. And again, it's printing the same thing. So now let's try deleting an component from here. Let's delete the CSS again. You can see now 3, because we are accessing this course.jsx file and cards.jsx file over here. Okay, because we have this use effect inside both cards.jsx as well as in course.jsx file over here. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, whenever you start to render a single component in a React, use effect will be called in that respective JSX file. This is the thing which I wanted to convey over here. And the second thing which I said is use effect takes 2 arguments, which is first argument is an arrow function and second argument is an array. What is this is called dependency of the use effect. So by default, use effect will be called whenever you render a component in the UI. If you want the use effect to be dependent to something, you have to mention in the second argument with an arrow function over here. So let me go with cars or JSX itself. And we have this state variable button, right? So now here, where is this thing? Okay, here. What I'm gonna say is, second argument I'm gonna pass, keeping this as dummy. Okay, not this D, right? Capital D. Yeah. So dummy. So dummy is the state variable which has been used. Okay. Use effect has been called inside cars or JSX. Let me refresh this. I'll just remove all these things. Where is this? I'll just comment this. Okay. So now you have a use effect. It's gonna print console log, and use effect has been called inside cars or JSX, and dummy we have, and I have included comma, square brackets, and the state variable name, which is a list or array. So now you can see, as usual, it printed twice. So now if I just click on this state variable, then use effect has been called inside cards.jsx is true. Whereas if I click on this delete, it won't. See, we have this use effect inside cards.jsx file. So if I click this delete, it should print this use effect, right? Because rendering it again, right? See, it's not printing anything. Now I'll just remove this. Okay. So now I'll just refresh it. If I click on state variable, use effect has been called and made true. If I click on delete, see, use effect has been called inside thing. Whereas if I just add this dummy as a list, which is dependency, you can see I'm refreshing it. I'm clicking the state variable. This is printing. But while clicking this delete, you can see nothing has been printed as a use effect. This is because this particular use effect will render twice when the React starts to render everything as usual. When React finish its rendering, this use effect will give the control to this state variable, which is dummy. Whenever this dummy's variable is being altering, it's been changing, then this use effect will be called. Otherwise, this use effect will be sleeping inside as a silent thing. Okay. So this is the dependency of the use effect. And where this use effect will be used, because in APIs we have endpoint APIs. Okay, endpoint APIs is nothing but a JSON file. JSON file is something kind of this. This is a small objects with a list. So JSON file is almost similar to this. Okay, so using this fetch API, we are gonna fetch the JSON file components, and using this use effect only, we'll just alter this JSON file and we'll just showcase those JSON things to our rendered UI. So in those cases, this use effect will be very helpful. And let's see those fetch of API and all those things in our 13th episode of our React series. And hope you guys understood well what is use effect and used it from previous episode. Please do practice of this, and that's it. Thank you guys. Let's meet you on 13th episode of our React series. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is the 13th episode of a React series. And in this episode, we will just look into what is Fetch API, how to fetch an API using useEffect. So let's get started. So in this video, we will just looking into two topics, which is fetching an API from already written JSON file, and second thing is how we can write our own JSON file and to host it in a local server and fetch those details and showcase in our web page. So these two things let us see. And you guys know, right, JSON file is being used as a backend. So since we don't have any backend work because it's a full front-end development course, I have taken a website which is JSON placeholder. So this website has some JSON files. We can use this as our practice session over here. So here you can see under resources, there are so many JSON packages over here, or else JSON resources are there. So under this URL post, you have 100 posts, and comments, you have 500 comments. So let's click and see. See, you have 100 objects of JSON file. Same way, comments, you have 500 comments over here. And again, same way in albums, you have 100 albums over here. Okay, so using this, we are gonna access our JSON and we'll just learn how to use the endpoints of our JSON file inside our React project. So in first for half, we are gonna look into how to use already having an endpoint JSON file inside a React project. And in second part, we will just create our own endpoints in JSON file and we will just serve it in local server and we'll just use it in our React application. So first in this, so let me go with this first post itself. Okay, so I'll just copy the link of this web page. You can see the web page link is https jsonplaceholder.typecode.com/post. So this is the URL. I just copy this. Okay, now let me open our VS Code. So now let me close this terminal and let me hide this too. Okay, so right now I am in cards.jsx. That's fine. Okay, here this is the state. Okay, let's see what is our React page. Okay, this is the place where we stopped in last episode, right? Okay, so here under inside a use effect, I will just create a, I just call a function which is fetch. That's it. Fetch is a method. You're gonna use something to fetch. So what should be passed inside a fetch argument? We have to pass this copied URL in double quotes. Okay, so fetch is a method we're just calling over here and we are passing the JSON files URL in double quotes over here. Okay, if fetch is an method, then what will this fetch will return? If you guys studied JavaScript, you'd have known this topic called promising. So fetch is gonna return a promise because while you're fetching some data from particular URL, it takes some time to fetch those data. So what this fetch method says is, I will promise you that I will fetch the details and come to you. Still that, wait for me. So that is the promise over here. So fetch is going to give a promise that he is going to fetch the data from the given URL. Until that, be patient, I'll fetch and come. That's the thing fetch is going to do over here. So once we fetch, we have to use this, right? So of course, in promise concept, we have this dot then. Using dot then, you can use the promise things and you can just compute it. So dot then, okay. So dot then is a method. You can see it shows promise response, okay. Dot then, I'm gonna use a anonymous function over here. Let's say I'll name the function as response, okay, and I'll just get the data. So console.log response. Okay. So what I'm doing over here, I'm just fetching the data from the URL and then I'm using dot then and getting the files from this URL and storing in this response function, and I'm using this to print it in console.log. Okay, let's go and check what happens over here. Console. Okay, I'll just remove these things. I'll just make this comment. Where is this? Okay, fine. So now let's refresh it. Here you can see we got the files over here, which is response. This is it occurs two times as we seen in our previous episode. useEffect comes under strict mode, and it's printing twice in our console. Okay, so this is our file from the URL, but this is very hard to access because it's not a proper JSON file. It's actually not a JSON file. So we have to convert this file into a proper JSON file to get our own access over here, so that we can easily understand the JSON concepts, I mean the objects over there. So we should convert this into JSON file. So how can this be done is, we are getting the links value in response and we are just printing this response, right? So now what I'm going to do is, I will return this response. Okay, just a sec. I will use this curly braces since it's multiple statements over here. Okay, so now I'll just return response dot JSON is a method. Okay, so I'm just returning the response as a JSON. So we are just calling this method over here, and once this is written we have to use it in somewhere, right? So again I'll use this dot then, and then getting as a data, and I'm printing this console.log data. Okay, so first URL has been fetched and stored in response, and we are just printing this response, and we are just returning this response as a JSON file to this data, and this data has again been printed in console.log data over here. So now let's go and check. Let me refresh. Okay, so this is the thing which is console.log response thing, and this is the JSON file. Same way response and JSON file. So here you can see, if you access, you can see everything's are in JSON format. You can easily understand the objects over here. So this is how you can use the API endpoints in a React, and you can just see the JSON file over here. Okay, so the next part of our video is, let's see how to create our own JSON file, because here you can see we have created this by hardcode method. We have done with hardcode. Let's create a JSON file for this, and we will serve it as a local server, and we will just try to use this in our web element over here, which is we'll try to render in our React thing. So now, okay, um, this is fine. So okay, now let's create the JSON file over here. So in program structure, let me create a new folder, which is let's keep it as data. Okay, I'll just keep it as data. So we have created a folder named data, and inside this data folder let me create a file which is what shall I keep it, cards.jsx. Okay, sorry, not cards.jsx, which is JSON. Okay, cards.json. So here inside this use state we have a list, right? Let me copy this, cut this list. Okay, I'll just cut this list, and now I'll just pass an argument null, which is empty over here, and in cards.jsx I'll just paste it. So we have to alter this JSON format. This is not a proper JSON format. We have to do some alterings over here. First alter, we have to create a name, which is cards. Okay, I guess this card should be in double quotes, and this is an object over here. Okay, so I have created a one object. This is cards, and this object is holding all these things, and this is as usual, which we seen in our previous episodes. Okay, you can see some red underlines are happening over here. This is basically because an error. So In cast or JSX, we have just given as a variable, but here you have to given into a quotes over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll just surround this using quotes. So now you can see it's been changed over here. So instead of changing everything, I'll just use find and replace. So when you use command plus F, it will open this find and replace. So here if you just click on this arrow, it will toggle something, and first box is used to find and second box is used to replace. So I'm finding ID, so all the IDs is been selected, and instead of ID I want ID in quotes. So once you have done, if you just click on this button, it will switch all the IDs into quotes ID. So you're just finding an ID and replacing it with it. Same way, title and inside quotes title, and click the button. And next thing is description. I'll just copy this and paste it in, or else if you just click on command plus enter, you can access this button using shortcuts. Okay, so next we have price, and prices should be inside this thing, command plus enter. And at last we have image, and this image will be quotes img. Okay, done. So yeah, all the errors have been gone, and still we have this image errors. This is because we didn't import images over here. So you can see all these images have been disappeared. So basically we are just taking these URLs and storing into a variables, and these variables is being accessed over there. So in JSON file you can't do this. You have to copy this whole path. I'll just copy, and instead of HTML it should be path with codes over here. Okay, same way for this CSS2, I'll just copy, erase this codes and paste it. Slash has been missed. Okay, and here JS. Okay, and React we have copy, remove this codes and paste. Okay, so we have made a JSON file. Second thing, we are importing an image from assets, right? But our assets is inside src folder, so we will just move this assets to our data folder. It's asking to move, just click on move. Okay, so we have assets in the data folder so that you can access your image. Done. So everything we have done, we have created whole JSON file. If you just check in your website, it says nothing. First of all, it says this assets is not available. Let me go to this and comment this. Okay, now you can see error is occurred because you can't do read map, because we have just created a JSON file but we didn't use it inside our cast or JSX. So first you have to run this as local server. To run this we have a command. Okay, let me comment it. The command is npx. Basically you have known npm. Npm is node package manager. Here you're using npx, which is without installing those packages, you can use those packages portably. It means you're not installing it, you're just using it as it is. So npx, so which package you're going to use? JSON-server. We are going to use JSON server over here. So -watch and data slash, our file name is cards.json. Okay, so from JSON server package, watch data slash cards.json. Data slash cards.json is the path of a JSON file. It's in data cards.json. Okay, so next we're gonna tell host this thing in a particular port. So hyphen port 3000. So why 3000? Let me open this terminal. You can see where is this? Yeah, you can see our React is using port 5173 over here, which is our Witty application is using 5173 over here. So already a port is accessed over here with 5173. So we're just telling use port 3000 over here. Okay, and hyphen static dot slash data. So what this says is whatever files or folders inside this data, even bring those things also inside our local server. So what we have assets folder, right? To access this assets folder, we are just giving this hyphen static dot slash data. So let me cut this and we can paste it in terminal. So in terminal, you can see already we are just running this Witty application. You can't just go and paste it over here. So no need to disturb this. We'll just create a new terminal. Here we have plus icon, right? If you click on plus, a new terminal will be created. So here just paste these lines of code and hit enter. So here you can see a endpoints is being generated. For me, it's happened without any configurations, but if you're doing it first time, it will ask you whether you wanted to get the access from JSON package. You have to just type Y and just click the button enter, which is yes and enter. Okay, so we got our endpoints over here. I'll just copy this. I'll go to web page and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, I'll just give enter. You can see our JSON file has been loaded over here. So now inside our cards.jsx, okay, here instead of this fetch API URL, I'll just give our URL, okay, fetch the URL which we served locally in a localhost. So now console.response, all these things are fine. Now let's go to our Witty application. You can see still it shows an error because map function is being empty over here. We didn't map anything over here, right? So now what I'm gonna do is instead of uh, printing this thing, okay, let this be happen over here. I'll just comment this. I'll just tell you later. We have to use this. I'll just tell you later. So now in data function, we are just console.log data. Instead of this, see, now in our cards has been set to null. We don't have anything in our card. So that's why we are getting an error in map. We can't map anything, right? Because cards is null over here. So now here I'll just use the setter method, set cards, okay, bracket. What you have to set? You have to set the data because we are just getting this URL files in response and we are just setting inside the data over here. Okay, and in previous episode I have intentionally said you one thing, which is don't use setter method inside useEffect because it will execute into an infinite loop and it will get stuck in a loop. I said you right. Same way I have also explained a topic which is dependency of useEffect. When you are passing an list of element or arrays in a second argument as a useEffect will be using those state variables or else variables and it will be acting on those dependency. But here I have just included a square brackets. This indicates it's gonna be dependent without any state variables, which is useEffect is gonna render only once. So it won't enter into a infinite loop because we have used dependency of an empty list. I hope you guys understand this. So in previous we had dummy over here. Whatever happens to this dummy, then only this useEffect will be changing over here. Here I'm just giving it as empty over here, which is nothing is being given over there. So useEffect will be run only once. Okay. So now dot then data sit cuts data. So now if you go and check, same thing, you'll just get an error reading map is been issued over here. Why? Because as we seen earlier, before this response or JSON file gets printed, what this got printed? It printed some kind of informations of a JSON file, but it's not a proper JSON, right? So same happening over here. We have just used this URL to fetch the data, but we didn't convert that into a JSON file. So we will just uncomment this, okay? And now if you go and check, again it says cannot read the properties of null map. Why? Because, so here you can see again it says it cannot read the map, it cannot use the map function, because I said you right, fetch will take some time to fetch the data, it will just give a promise. So what happens at the first time itself, React will render all the components. So okay, so React will render all the components. What happens to the first time? First time useState will be null, basically cards will be empty over there. So if cards is empty, we can't map anything, so map function throws an error. While after some time, the fetch values will fetch the data and it will store in our data, and it will just use the set cards method and it will just set the cards. But what's the use over here? We have already rendered all the UI, right? So even though if you use setter method over here, if you set the JSON files over this cards, you can't do anything with it because all the UI is been rendered in a first shot itself. So we have to use an if else statement over here. So what I'm gonna say is if not cards, then return empty fragment. So what I'm trying to say is if cards is null, okay, while it takes some time to fetch the data, right? So during those time cards will be null. If not cards, then return an empty fragment. Once you get the data from the fetched thing, then you just use this map function and render the elements in the UI. Now let's go and check. So here you can see our HTML course has been rendered properly, but still images are not visible over here. Let's come to that later. So in few minutes back I have said you right, if we just remove this JSON file, I mean this line over here, we got an error. That's because without using this line, I mean once we print this line, our URL files looks like in this manner, which is not a proper JSON file. So we are just using this line to convert the given response into a JSON file, and we are just using into our setter method over here. Okay, so now everything is sorted except the image thing. Let's fix the image thing also. Why this image didn't work over here? Because the location which we have gave is wrong over here, because we have just given assets html.png, but we are just using this as a URL, right? This is our location path. So here our URL should be changed over here. Example, let's go to this and copy, okay, not this, yeah, copy link. I just create a new tab and I paste. Okay, here you can see it's in assets slash html.png. I'll just copy this. Okay, I'll just give enter. You can see our image is over here. Our image is stored in this location, http slash slash localhost 3000 is the port, assets is the folder, html.png is the name of the file. It's been stored over here. So we have to give a proper URL over here. So which is, okay, I'll just remove this and I'll paste this. Okay, I'll just copy this, not this, I'll just copy this alone, https alone, paste slash, okay, paste and paste. Am I doing something wrong? Because learn JS, learn React, okay, everything is good. Let me go and check. Still it shows an error. What's the error? This doesn't have a file. Okay, failed to fetch. What's the issue? I'll just copy the link. I'll just paste over here. Okay, it's in here. Okay, I don't know what's the issue. I guess some, URL thing. Okay, it's in HTTP, but we have used HTTPS. It should be HTTP over here. So now, okay, now it got worked. So this is how you can serve your own JSON file to a local server, and you can use it to our web page to render it. So this is how you can fetch an API using endpoints. So in this video, we have just looked into how to use an already existing endpoint inside your React application, as well as how you can create your own JSON file and host it as local server, and you can bring those endpoints into your own React web page and rendering it inside the UI. Hope you guys understood this fetch API concept, and thank you. See you in the 14th episode of our React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you.
This is Joel over here, and in previous episode we have seen what is fetch API and how to fetch the API from the endpoints and all those stuffs we have seen. And this is a 14th episode of a React series, and in this episode we will be looking into what is error handling and how we can proceed with error handling with our own custom errors over here. Okay, so let's start the episode. So here in previous episode we have just stopped over here. First I'll just start the React. I didn't start it. Okay, so npm run dev. Okay, my React has been started and this is the page. It's empty because we didn't still load any JSON URL over here. We have to load this thing, right, to make the cards visible. Okay, so before this, actually this is an error. The white screen is an error because we didn't get anything from our server because we didn't run a server itself. So if we just go to our console and if we check over here, you can see it got failed to load resources, type error, failed to fetch. All these errors have been visible over here. Actually this is an error. You have to handle this error. So the error is been visible in console, but while developer can go and check in console, but whereas a user doesn't have an idea to go to console, right? So we have to make this error visible in our web UI. Okay, that's our error handling over here. We have to show these errors in the web UI over here. So let's see how to show these and all. So here we are going to use a concept called catch. Basically in other languages, if you have gone through error handling, we have try catch and all those things, right? So we are going to use this catch block over here to catch this error and to showcase over here. Let's see how to do that. So this is the use effect, right? We are just getting it, and here we are just fetching the details and we're just storing in response and all these things are happening, but we didn't start a server yet. So React can't fetch the API over here. So during this case, we have to show an error, right? So what I'm gonna say is dot catch an error. It's a method over here. So let me align this properly so that it will be easy for you guys to look it. Okay. Yeah. So fetch, and we're just using dot then to get the response and convert it to JSON and return to data, and using data we are just setting the cards over here. So now dot catch is a method. We are going to catch the error. So inside dot catch we have to write the arrow function, which is uh, getting an error over here. So I'm getting an error as an argument. So error is nothing but these errors. These errors will be stored in this error. I mean this error is nothing but this error. Both are same. We are not storing into a separate variable. We are getting those error using this reserved keyword, you can say. Okay. This error is being taken, and what we are going to do is dot console just we'll just try to print it in console and check dot error. So now you can see we are getting some errors over here. Actually this was the error which console gave, and these errors are the one which we printed in our console thing. Okay, so instead of this, let's print error dot message. Okay, it will just show what's the error. That's it. You can see failed to fetch. In previous case it showed type error, fail to fetch, and where the error has occurred, all these things is being shown over here. But a normal user doesn't want these things, right? A normal user wants fail to fetch. This error is more than enough for them. So now here, instead of this, I'll just give error.message. So now you can see fail to fetch. Now we have to show this fail to fetch in our web UI over here. Okay, so how this can be done? First, I'll just create a state variable const. Okay, and I'll just set error comma set error. Okay, okay, I have made a mistake, which is error is equal to, okay, is equal to useState. I'll just give it as null as first. Okay, we have just created a error state variable and we have assigned null values to it. Let me hide this so that we will get so much of space over here. Okay, so now using the setter method, we will just set this error message to this error. So set error and error dot message. Okay, so we are setting this error message to this error. Now this error will have this particular message over here. And you can just ask a question that why we are using setter method over here. I have given the answer in our previous questions, because we are using empty dependency list over here so that this use effect will be run only once. It won't enter into a infinite loop over here. So you can use setter method over in this case. Whereas without this dependency, if we enter a setter method, it will enter into a infinite loop over here. Make sure of this alone. Okay, so we are just setting the error message to this error. Okay, to display this, where we can display, so this is the if part we have used, right? So this is the if part is used while these cards are empty. We are just telling to show these kinds of HTML tags in our React page. Right now these are empty fragments. We'll just write the HTML codes over here to showcase the error over there. So this is the place where we can write, because not cards is because null. If the cards are null, show this. So until we fetch the data, we have to show these things. So I'll just write it over here saying that p tag brackets error. That's it. Okay, p tags bracket error. And since it's multiple line, is good to go with brackets. Okay, so now if we go and check, you can see fail to fetch is been shown over here. So this fail to fetch and this fail to fetch are both are same over here. You're just printing this in our web UI. So this is one kind of error handling. Okay, now let's see the customizing our own error handling over here. This error is been shown by our console. We are just printing this error in our console, right? We didn't customize anything over there. Let's see how to customize it. So before that, I'll just run this local server also. I'll just copy this, open terminal, create new terminal, and paste this and give enter. Okay, now we got our endpoints. Now our server got run. So now let's try. So it's working over here. Fine, everything goes good. So now if I have a wrong endpoints over here, let's say there's cards. I have included an yes over here, which is a wrong endpoint over here. What happens over here? So now if you check, we got unexpected token n. Not found is not valid JSON. This is quite easy for developers to understand, but a normal user can't understand what's the error this is. So we have to give a customized error where user can easily identify what's an error. So how to do this? It's very easy. Okay, so now here each time we are just printing this response, right? Console.log response and all these things. So if we go and check over here, we have all these details. So here you can see status 404, which is page not found error. Okay, status 404 is page not found error. Whereas even here you can see OK is false because we didn't get any data. So our OK is false over here. We have similar kind of errors, which is 200, which is OK, whereas 201 is OK created, and all those errors are there. We will just see later if we start our backend series over here. So right now understand OK is false and we got an status error of 404 over here. Okay, We are going to use these two values and we are going to customize our error over here. Let's see how to do that. So this is the place we are getting this response, right? So here what I'm going to say is if response dot okay. What is if response dot okay? Which means true, right? But in our case it's false. So not response dot okay. If the response is not okay, then throw an error. What's the error? um let's say couldn't retrieve the data. So now if we check, we got our own customized error, couldn't retrieve the data over here. So we are just checking if response is not okay. If response is false, then throw an error saying that couldn't retrieve the data. This is a simple throw thing, simple throw method which we have known in our JavaScript and other languages too. So be aware of these try, catch, throw, exception handling and all those concepts to get understand over here. So fine, we are just customize our own error over here. Okay, now all things are good. Fine. But here, let's make this proper. Okay. If I refresh it, you can see our JSON file is loading within a seconds because we have a React application as well as a JSON server in a same local host. So it doesn't take any time to load it, right? But usually when we are creating a project, we will have the JSON file in separate server, whereas a React application in a separate server, and React takes few minutes of time or few seconds of time to get those JSON files from those particular server and to display in our rendered UI. Is it right? Right. So during those times, we have to give some loading animations or loading thing. We have to convey the user that wait, I'm just loading it. Once the loading is happened, you can just get the details. So since here, what happens, we have this JSON and React in a same local server. Whatever you just do, it won't show loading at all. I mean, it won't get delay at all because both are in same server. So to demonstrate the loading concept, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delay this thing. So here in fetch, I'll just remove these things and all. So I guess these things won't need it. Fine. So now I'll just create a method which is, I'll just call a method which is set timeout. Even these things we have in JavaScript, and if you guys not aware of JavaScript, please do learn it and have it look over here. So set timeout. So I'll just cut this bracket and paste it over here. Fine. And here I'm gonna write an arrow function over here. Even this arrow function holds the whole fetch, then and catch. So I have created a set timeout. I have called the set timeout method and I have created an arrow function. This arrow function will have this fetch method. I mean the fetch method dot then and the dot then catch, and all these things are inside this set timeout. Now after this, I'm just passing an argument saying that delay of 1000 milliseconds, you can say. So first argument is nothing but the function, arrow function over here. So second thing is, oh my god, okay, so the second thing is I'm just giving 1000, which is 1000 milliseconds of delay. So now if you check, it takes some time to showcase the cards over here. You can see it takes 1000 milliseconds of delay to showcase over time. So this what will happen if you have the JSON file and your React application in different servers. So during this time, we have to show the users that we are loading the page, right? So how can this be done? Same way, all these things will happen inside this if block. So here in return statement, I'll just give this p tag uh, saying that, okay, I didn't give t over here. Okay, loading something. Okay, so now if you just check, it shows loading over here in top. You can see loading has been shown over here. Okay, fine, we have just shown this loading, but still we have this error, right? Because let's say uh, I'll just open this terminal and I'll just close this local host of this JSON package. So now if you just check, it shows both loading as well as fail to fetch. But this both can't be happen simultaneously, right? So we have to show either one. If it's loading, then we have to show loading. If it's fail to fetch, then loading should be replaced with fail to fetch. Okay, these things should be handled right now. So how to do this? Let me go to this if part. So here I'm just gonna give error ampersand ampersand and a p tag. Okay, a p tag, and then saying it error over here. Wait, I have made a mistake. Uh, Not in this manner. I'll just write it properly. Error ampersand ampersand p tag, and then I have to show this, right? Which I have to show this error. I should show error. So I'll just remove this. So now let's check. Okay, so right now we have just given if error. This is a conditional rendering which we have seen in our conditional rendering episode. Instead of giving this if else block, we can just use this ampersand. If both are uh, true, then you just show this in our render UI. That's our concept over here. So this is okay, fine. For loading, still loading is been occurring over here. Loading and fail to fetch both are happening, right? So we have to fix this. Same concept. Instead of this, I'll just cut this and I'll just make it not error. Because while loading, we didn't get any error, right? So during not error, ampersand ampersand, then use this loading statement. So now let's try. You can see we are loading. If error is being fetched, we are just telling fail to fetch the error. You can see over here, loading, fail to fetch. So this is a normal concept, like if else. If you're not aware with conditional rendering, go and check our previous episodes of conditional rendering. I have explained it properly over there. So this is the thing we can do over here, handling the loading part. Fine. Almost every concept has been covered. One thing is pending, which is I have a GIF file over here. In assets folder, I have a loading GIF. I'll just tell you how to use this loading GIF in our uh, web page. Instead of showing loading over here, we will just use this animation over here. So it's very simple. Actually, GIF is a kind of images only. So tag image and here src, which is source, and in assets folder we have this loading gif. Right click and select copy with relative path. Okay, so why not copy path? Because copy path will copy the whole path, which is users, desktop, react application, assets folder, all these things will be copied. So once you run your project in your same computer, this will work. But whereas if you just move your project to other people or else other computer, it won't work because you're just giving all this whole URL, I mean whole path from users, desktop and all those things. While you're moving your project from one computer to other computer, the user will be changed, the desktop will be changed, all these things will be changed. So React can't get the image from those kinds of path. So instead of that, if you just click on relative path, it just says where the particular image is being located in the particular project over here. So whatever you just move your project from one computer to other computer, your React will able to load the particular image over here. So it's better to go with copy with relative path over here. Okay, so now let's go and check. See, a loading animation has been used. So let me run this. Oh yeah, okay, fine. So I'll just refresh this. You can see we are just loading and getting the details over here. I know this loading is little awkward over here, but still I just use this to demonstrate how you can use the animations also in a React. Okay guys, that's it of this 14th episode of error handling, and hope you guys understood this concepts, I hope. So thank you for seeing this and We'll just meet in our 15th episode of a React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 15th episode of a React series. And in this episode, we will just look into what is custom hooks. So, previous episodes, we have seen what is hooks, and we have seen two types of hooks, which is use state hook as well as use effect hook. So in this episode we will just see how to create our own custom hooks. So basically hooks is a special functions in React, right? So we will just create our own custom hook to use it in our application over here. So let's get started. Fine, let's see why to use custom hook. So here in use effect we have an logic, right, which is getting an endpoints of an API and fetching it, and using this response we are just finding an error, and if error doesn't exist we are just converting into JSON, as well as we are just storing into data, and we are just using setter method to set the variables in our state variable, I mean the data in our state variables. And then if it has errors we are just catching the error and we are just showcasing over there. Fine, this is for one particular component, I mean one particular endpoint of an JSON file. Okay, so now here this is a one particular component we have used. Like say if we have other components like users list, or else purchase history, or else some posts, or else any kind of components other than cards. Okay, so when we are using other components, and if there is a need to fetch a data from other API endpoints, we have to write all this logic again. The logic is same. So if we write this again, then we enter into a redundancy. So React is used to write small lines of scripts, right? And it should not have any redundancy over here. To fix this, we are just creating our own custom hooks, simple like functions. What does function do? If some logic is keeps on gonna repeat it, example, we have a function which is gonna sum two numbers, we will have the function which has the addition logic in it, and we will call the function and we will pass those numbers as an arguments, and those function will receive those numbers and it will do the computation and it will return it back, right? So same way over here, instead of creating a function, we are going to create a custom hook over here. Okay, so now let's see how to create it. So now in src, which is in source folder, I'll just create a new file. So the file name is use fetch .jsx. Okay, so why use fetch? Because you can see in our cards.jsx we have use state, whereas use effect. So in React all these custom hooks will have the word starting from use. It's an unwritten rule, you can say, in React basically. Okay, so we are just creating a JSX file with use fetch.jsx. Okay, so what we usually do when we start to create a JSX file, we used to create this function, right? Function, cast, name of the JSX file and all these things. Same way we have to do this function use fetch brackets. Okay, and it's gonna return something. Fine, and in return let's keep it a empty fragment, and we have to export this. Export default use fetch. Okay, this is what we usually do when we immediately create a JSX file. But this is a component structure, but we are going to create our custom hook over here. So it should not be function. We have other syntaxes to write over here. So what is those? It is const, okay, use fetch equal to arrow function. That's it. And you have to export this. Okay, so const your JSX file name equal to an arrow function, and you're gonna export this. We have created a custom hook. That's it. This is a basic syntax. Without any logic, we have created our one custom hook right now. So now let's write a logic over here. So here we have use effect. Our motive is to write a custom hook such that when we pass an URL as an argument to our custom hook, it will do all the necessaries of getting APIs, endpoints, and getting the JSON file, and other logics will be happening. I mean, these error findings and then block, catch block, all these things will be happening over there. Okay, so now I'll just cut this use effect. Now, where is this cut? And use fetch, I'll just go and paste it over here. Done. Okay. So now you can see we are using some state variables, right? Set cards, set error. Okay. So now we have to import this state variables also. Okay. So I'll just cut this. Where is okay. Right click, cut, and use fetch here. I'll just paste this. Let me remove these lines alone. Okay, and I'll just close these tabs. Too much of tabs have been opened over here. Main.jsx also no needed. Okay, fine. So now since we are using the setter methods over here, we have used all the state variables over inside this use fetch.jsx file. Done. So what all things next should be imported? See, we are using useState over here as well as useEffect over here, but still we didn't import those useState and useEffect over here. So in cards.jsx, let me go right click, cut this, use fetch, and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, we have imported our useEffect as well as useState over here. Now if we go and check our web page, nothing will happen over here because we have to link this usefetch over cards.jsx file. Fine. So now again we have to do a thing, because here you can see we are just using this uh where is this, yeah, we are just using this error which is in use fetch, which is this error, right? And same way this set dummy, okay, set dummy is right now it's we are not using it. And what all things we have, error cards, okay, even cards we are using over here, but these are not in cards for JSX, these are in use fetch for JSX. So basically we are using over here, but we don't have the state variables in cards for JSX, instead we have it in use fetch for JSX. So what can be done? So we can do return this all these state variables and we can get it over here. Okay, so now let's see how to do that. Return, I will pass it as a list over here. What are the things? Cards. Oh shit. Copy cards. Why is it a little better? I just type it cards, and we have dummy and error over here. See, all these things is being used, and dummy is not being used in a use fetch, but still let it be over there. Okay, we have returning this all these things, so we will just get it in cards.jsx over here. So how to get this same way? Const uh it is cards, right? Cards dummy, order should be same, error, okay, which is equal to use switch. Okay, so now we have got all those return values over here using this use fetch. And one more thing, we have just used our own custom hook, so we have to import it over here. So import use fetch from what is this, dot slash, and it is from use fetch.jsx. Okay, so we have imported this. So now what happens, this card is being given over here and we are just returning it, and we are storing again in cards. So this cards will be used again over here. You can see the color coding has been changed right now. Same way over here, dummy will store a value and we are returning over here, and this should be stored over here, and we're just using it for the scripts. Same way error over here. Okay, fine. Now everything is good. Let's check our web page. You can see we got all our components over here. Okay, fine. But still, this is not a proper custom hook because we have hard coded our web URL. I mean the API endpoints, but as our use fetch method, I mean the hook should get an URL as an argument and it should work for all the URLs. Example, if I need some other API points to fetch and get the details, what should I do? I should just do use fetch, and inside this I should pass the URL. If I pass this URL, I no need to write all this logic again, right? So we have to fix this issue also. So how to fix this? It's simple. Let's cut this URL. Okay, I'll just cutting this and I'm just passing this as an argument. Okay, so if we pass an argument over here, as normal in function, what we do, we just use to get the argumented, right, in function. So we will just get it over here as a URL, and instead of this fetch, I will just type this URL. So what happens when you pass an URL over here, it will go and store in this URL, and we're just using this URL over here. Okay, so this is how you can use your custom hook to fetch your details. So now if you go and check a web application, still you won't see any changes happening because uh, we have just created a custom hook over here. We didn't work on any logics over here. And one more thing, since it's a normal hook, I'll just change these names around. Cards let be as a data, okay, and even this let it be as a data, data, and wherever we're using cards, we have to change it. I guess over here to data. Okay, okay, yeah, fine. And where else set cards over here, right? So set data and then catch, set error, set timeout, use effect. I guess everything is okay. Works proper. Yeah. So that's it. This is a custom hook over here. So basically what we have done, we first step, we have created a JSX file which is useFetch.jsx. So in this, as a first step, you have to create a const name of your JSX file equal to, and you have to write it as an arrow function over here. Okay, at last you should enter this export default use fetch, because if you export only, you can import it from here. Okay, make sure of this. And next step, what we have done, we have copy pasted our use effect logic over here, and since this use effect is holding a setter methods, we have cut and pasted our use state variables over here, and for this use state we have just imported this use effect and use state packages over here from React. So next, again we have to return this data dummy error, all these things, because we are using it in card.jsx. So while we are returning this in card.jsx, again we are just getting this data from the return statements of useFetch.jsx, and from here we are just storing the values in cards dummy and error, and these variables is being used in further logic to showcase our web UI over here. That's it of custom hook, guys. Hope you understood this well, and let's meet you on 16th episode of our React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 16th episode of our React series. And in this episode, we will be looking into what is on-change property in React. So, on-change property is almost similar to on-click property, which we have seen for buttons. It's 99% both are same, but there is 1% of difference, which is on-click is used for buttons, whereas on-change is used for input tags. So let's see what is on change property and what all things can be done using on change property, and we will consider a simple login page for this on change property too. And before entering into on change property, let me also explain how to use bootstrap in a React, which is using a template CSS in a React. So we will just cover these two topics in this episode. So let's get started. First, I'll just create a First, I'll just create a React application. So npm create with at latest. Okay, so now it's asking for project name. Let's keep it as on change. So the framework is React and we're going to use JavaScript and cd on change, moving to the directory and npm install. Let's wait for the installation. Okay, yeah. So now npm run dev. So we got an URL, just open it. So this is our React application right now. Okay. So first I'll just open this program structure and in this I'll just delete the unwanted files first. So in source we no need this index.csx. So let me delete this, move to trash. Even app.jsx doesn't require for our need in this time. So delete and move to trash. Even app.css. Okay, fine. Let me hide this so that we will get so much of space over here. Okay, so in source folder, let me create a new JSX file. Let's say it as create account. Okay, dot JSX create AC. So as default, let's create the template for a JSX, which is function create AC, right? AC. Am I doing right? Okay, create AC brackets parenthesis. We are gonna return a empty fragment, and at last we have to export this. Okay, export default create AC. Yep, done. So now in main.jsx, let's remove these import statements and let's import create AC from create AC, and instead of okay, and instead of app, let's use this create AC thing and self-closing tag. Okay, fine. We have configured our main.jsx and we have created our JSX file. So now let's link Bootstrap to our React page. So let's open the Bootstrap website. So here you can see we have npm thing. You can either install Bootstrap in your local device and you can just go with, but I prefer to going with portable thing. So I'll just copy this link. We don't need this script tag because we are gonna work on CSS. Let's copy this link alone. And where should we paste? In index for HTML, inside the head tag under title, we are just pasting over here. That's it. Our bootstrap is been linked now. Okay, so now let's create a form. Okay, we are going to create a form kind of structure. So let's go to bootstrap website and just search for forms. Okay, so here we have got a form over here. So let me change this to light mode. Okay, you can see here they have given the form and they have given the HTML tag with the CSS attributes. So let's copy this and in our React application, let's paste this. Okay, so now if we go and check, it won't work. It says some error over here. We have to convert this according to a React application because in Bootstrap they have given us HTML format, but we are going to use as React, right? So you have to do some change over here. First change, instead of class we have to use class name, right? So command F or else control F, and I'm gonna find class and I'm gonna replace this class with class name, command plus enter. Okay, and second thing is why is this input is error? Okay, self-closing tags are missing, so I'll just place this and even here. Okay, and over here too, not here. Yeah, here. Fine. Let's close this and this so that you will get so much of space. Now let's go and check our React application. Fine, we have got, but a CSS is not applied over here. Why? First, let's arrange this properly. So I'll just give a tab space. Okay, and here too. Let's go to inspect console. Okay. HTML for, did you mean class name? Okay. Class name should be capital N, right? My mistake. So class name is being found and it should be changed to capital N. That's it. So now you can see, and we have got our HTML page, I mean our login page over here. Now let's remove the unwanted necessaries over here. I no need this thing, this div tag can be removed. Okay, and here I'll just remove this for, because right now we are not gonna use this for and all these things. It's actually good practice to use, but since if we have too much of code, it will be very hard to get understand of this. So that I'll just remove all this, and even this for. This is fine. Type class name ID also, like, no needed, and ID is not required. Type is checkbox. Okay, class name for. Okay, fine. Type class name. Okay, now let's refresh it and check our inspect page console. Okay, still we have an error. Class name prop dom in React JSX 6. So what's the thing? Everything looks good. What's the error? Dom, if you intentionally want it to appear in the DOM and custom address, spell it in lowercase. Instead, if I accidentally passed it. Okay, now it goes well. Fine, we have fixed all the errors. So now let's reduce this width of this form. Okay, so in form tag, I'll just create a style, and while style alone, we have to use double curly braces to get the actions in. So let me keep it the width as 50% of the screen. So if you check now, you can see the width has been reduced to 50%, and let's make the center. So comma margin. Okay, and let's keep it as auto. Okay, now it got center. Let me bring this little more down. So here I'll just use class name and is equal to, the bootstrap thing is my. Let's keep it as 5. Okay, now it got little more down, or else let's keep it for 10. No need, 5 is enough. Okay, fine. So now we have an email address, password, and check me out, submit. And our logic is to create an account, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'll just copy this password tag and paste it again. And instead of password, let me keep it as re-enter password. And okay, fine. Where is this? So instead of check me out, let's keep it as um check. That's it enough. And checkbox and all these things, instead of submit, create account. Okay, fine. Now we have all the things. Now let's enter into on change property. Okay, so what we are gonna do is we are gonna check if password and re-enter password are same. Then we are gonna create a p tag over here and saying that both the passwords are matched. Okay, else they are not matched. So this is the concept we are gonna use. So first, let me create a state variable over here and saying that const pass1, which is password 1, and set pass1, which is equal to useState parenthesis. So once we call this useState, import is being imported, and now let's copy this and use it for password 2. Okay, So pass2. By default, let's keep this empty string. Okay. And yeah. So now in this input tag, we will just write a value, like which value should be used. Let's say it as pass1. So pass1 will be used for password. And for re-enter password, you will just go with pass2. Okay. So now if we type, nothing won't be printed over here. Okay, because we have set this pass1 and pass2 as a empty string. So whatever happens over here, it consider it as an empty string over here. Okay, fine. Now let's write the logic over here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's create a function saying password 1, or else let's keep it as p1 brackets parenthesis. Okay, so now here I'm gonna get an object called event. I'm gonna print this object. Okay, console.log event. And here, where is this password? Okay, here in this input thing, I'm gonna write this on change property. So on change, so you can see we have on change property. Just select this. It's almost same kind of on click property, right? So here we have to pass the name of the function, which is p1. Okay, so once we start writing in a password input, this function will be called and this event will be printed. So now let's see. Let's go to inspect console. Let's refresh this. Value prop to form field without an on change handler. This will render read only field. Okay, this says that since both are same, you have to give some default values instead of using an empty tag. Something kind of error is happening. Let's ignore this. So right now let's type something in password. So now you can see once I start typing, it's printing event objects in our console. Okay, let's refresh this. See, now I'm typing a, you can see an event is being printed, because in password input, when we pass this value in pass1, okay, we are just accepting an input and it's been given to pass1. The value is been given to pass1. And in on change property, p1 is been called. In p1, what happens? We are just printing this event. Okay, so now let's reload, and I'm just pressing a button. So we got this event object. So here inside this event, and we have a target. So here you can see value. This value is the one which we are gonna get. So whatever we type over here in password, this value will be used over here. For example, here let's say I'm just keeping as Joel, and here you can just see, I'll just refresh this. See, by default 4 dots has been created because JOEL 4 letters have been assigned. So now if I just give an button over here, you can see event is been printed, and there's this target, and in value you can see Joel has been valid over here. So we are gonna use this value. So whatever we are gonna type, we are gonna get this value over here. So we are gonna use this value and we are gonna set this into a setter method, and you will just write the logic over here. Okay, our motive is password 1 and re-enter password should be same. If it's same, we have to get a p tag over here that password matched, else password do not match over here. Fine. Now let's go to this, and I'll just make this empty. Okay, once we get this p1, what I'm gonna say is set pass1. So we'll have our value in our event inside target and inside value, right? So event, from event object we have target. So inside target you will have a value. So that value should be given to this pass1 using a setter method. Fine. Same as we are gonna do it for re-enter password too. So copy this paste it, and for P1 we're just gonna give P2 for password 2, and set password will be password 2. Okay, and now even here on change P1 should be copied and it's pasted over here, and change this to P2. Fine. Now whatever we type, it will be stored in pass1 and pass2. Let's check over here. Let's print console dot log event. So this should be below the line. Same way over here too. Okay. Let's refresh. I'm gonna type YouTube. So now you can see at the last of this, where is this target value? You can see YouTube has been valued over here. So this value will be stored in this pass1. Same way for pass2. Okay, let me comment this. No need of right now. Fine. So we got our password and pass2. Now we have to check, right, whether both the passwords are same. Now again, let's write a state variable which is const same and set same. Okay, which is equal to useState. By default, let me keep it as false. Okay, so let me use a function saying that check same, and inside this let me create a if condition. If pass1 is equal to pass2, I'm just going a little bit fast because these are all simple logics. So if pass1 is equal to pass2, then set same should be true. We are just changing this false to true. Else set same will be false. Okay, so now here we have this checkbox, right? Using this checkbox, first let's check whether both the logics are working properly. So here in this checkbox, I'll just create a on change property. Okay, so we have to pass the function name which is checksim. Fine. Okay, now we are gonna seen that password 1 is been set and password 2 is been set. If both the pass1 and pass2 are equal, then setsame will be true, else setsame will be false over here. Okay, fine. Now let's create a p tag saying that if both the things are same, which is setsame is true, then we have to create a p tag, else p tag will say that password do not match. So now under this checkbox, I'll just use this bracket, and in conditional rendering we have seen this, which is same ampersand p tag password matched, which is p tag will always be true. So if same is true, then true and true will be true, and this statement will be executed over there. If not, if password is not same, then ampersand p tag password do not matched, re-enter it. So now let's try. In email address, let me close this. Okay, so in email address we are gonna leave it empty. So in password I'm gonna type it as ASD. Again in re-enter password ASD, and I'm gonna click this checkbox. You can see create account. Okay, this is the browser's thing. I'll just say no. Okay, what happens? ASD check. Okay, it didn't work. Why? Let's go to the logic first. Okay guys, I found the mistake over here. we have used this on change in label tag. It should be in input tag. Human error. Okay. So we have to give it this in input tag. So checkbox, type is checkbox, and class name is all fine. Now let's again check. I'll just remove this console. Okay. Password ASD. Re-enter password ASD. So check. You can see password is matched over here. So now if we enter same password, you can see password has been saying do not match because I entered wrong one. Wait. ASDF. ASDF. Check. Yeah, password is matched. So now we have written the logic. If password and re-enter password are same, and if we check this box, it says password is matched. Now we are gonna write something which is, while writing this re-enter password, we will create a p tag simultaneously. Without clicking this check button, we will just show p tag whether password is matched or not. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'll comment this first. Okay, and where is this on change? I'll comment this too. Okay, we can't comment this. I'll just remove this first. Fine. Now in password 2, what I'm gonna say is console.log pass1 and console.log pass2. Okay, so what we are gonna do over here, so when we type into re-enter password, where is this re-enter? Okay, when we type this re-enter password label input tag, so this will be printing pass1 as well as pass2. Let's see what happens in our console. Okay, I'll just refresh, inspect console. Okay, now I'm just typing in password ASD. Now in re-enter password, if I type ASD, you can see first time password 1 we have printed ASD. That's fine. Again, now since we start to typing, first thing ASD is being printed again, and in re-enter password when I type A. Okay, so ASD is been printed when I type A, and second time again ASD is been printed when I type AS. But whereas when I type D in a re-enter password, D is not been printed over here. Why? Because set password will work in asynchronous method, which is while you are passing this set method, this will run in a separate thread, whereas these two will be run in a separate thread. So they both are not synced together, which means they not run sequentially. They run when the function gets starts over there. So since this function is in asynchronous, you can see the last letter D is being missed over here. So let's fix this first. So what I'm gonna do is here I just comment this, or else I'll just remove this. Okay, so function, I'll just uncomment this. So here we have the logic, right? I'm gonna cut this logic and paste it inside p2. Fine. Now here in function, I'll just remove this. Here instead of pass2, let me give it as event dot target dot value. Okay, so instead of storing into a set password, I'll just directly get it from here. So now if I type ASD, initially it says password do not match, re-enter, and again if I type ASD, you can see password has been matched. Let's try with some other thing. 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now it didn't work because first we have typed re-enter password, so basically we have to go with password, right? 1 2 3 4 5 and 1 2 3 4 5. You can see password has been matched over here. So this is what on change property, guys, which is same kind of on click. Let me do a recap over here what we did. First we have created a JSX file which is create ac.jsx, and we have loaded in our
main.jsx component. Okay, and next in create.jsx we have used bootstrap form and we have included all these HTMLs and we have done the styling part. Okay, let's come into logic. So first I'm just creating a state variable as pass1 and I'm just giving a empty string over this const. And in second I'm just creating a pass2 as a state variable and the same empty string has been given as useState over here. Now in const again I'm creating a same to check the logic. So I'm just setting the set same as false initially. So now I'm writing the function for p1 which is password 1. So once we type in our input tag what all value we got, we're just getting those values in even target value and we're just setting those value in our set password 2. Fine. And again for function 2 same we are just doing, we're just setting this into password 2. Now if password 1 is equal to even dot target dot value. So if password 1 is same as whatever we type in password 2 which is in re-entered password, we will set the same as true. If it's not same, then the set same will be false. So now if same is false, if true and true, then this will be executed. If it's not true and false, because which means this is true and this is true, password do not match will be re-entered over here. Not same is true, then password do not match will be shown over there. That's it guys of this on change property. Hope you guys understood well and see you on 17th episode of a React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Welcome to our 17th episode of a React series, and in this episode we will be looking into what is React routers. So what is React routers? Routers is basically used to switch from one single page to other page, while we can load all your pages within a single first render itself instead of getting the request from servers and all those things. So we will just look into how to switch from one page to other page, which is from one component to other component using this React router over here. Okay, so this is our place where we left in our previous episode and we will continue from here. So before that I would like to show you something. This is our Indian map. So here you can see the layers are in we have some kind of layers, right? Satellite, terrain, traffic and all these layers. So you can see over top we have this reload button. So if once we click, the map is being reload over here, it's getting reloaded over here. But if some actions has been happening over here, it should reload, right? You can see in the top right now if I click, the page is been reloading over here. But now under layers, if I just click on any other layer, you can see the page is not been reloading over here. This is because at the first time itself the web page is been rendered over here. Basically all the components is been brought up to your device and it's not sending any request or getting request from the server. Basically all the components is being loaded at the first render itself. So this is what a React router exactly does. Without sending any request to the server, we will be switching from one page to other page. So let's see how we can achieve that. So now to bring React router, we have to install a package which is npm install react-router DOM. So this will install the necessary packages for our React router, and once it's done I'll just clear it. Okay, and again I'll just run my application over here. So now you can see our application has been working properly. Fine, this is the place where we left, right? So let's first create a component for our page 2. So in src folder I'll just create a new file saying that home.jsx, and inside that I'll just create a function home return empty fragmented
and h2 saying that home page. This is home page. Okay, and now we have to export this. Export default home. That's it. Now let's save this and open our main.jsx. Under here, I'll just import this home over here. That's it. You can see our home has been imported and we have just used in our main.jsx. I'll just cut this. Sorry. I'll just cut this and I'll just paste it over top. Okay. So now if we go and check, we have this is home page and our sign up, create account form over here. But we should have this is home page as a default place, and if we click a button, it should enter into this form. Okay, which is this form should be in page 2 and this home page should be in a page 1. Let's see how we can do this. So in import statement, we have to import the React router DOM which we installed right now, right? So import, we should import two elements from the React router DOM packages, which is create browser router, comma, and router provider from React router DOM. Okay, we are just importing create browser router, a single element, and router provider as a second element from the packages which is React router DOM, which we installed it now. So now here under this create root, I will just create a function over here. Above this, I'll just create a function over here saying that const router is equal to create browser router, and this will have a argument passing as a list or array over here. Let's keep this for a while. Now inside this create router, instead of this home and create account, we should just use this router over here. Basically the syntax is okay, router provider and the closing tag, and here basically we will give some props, right? Same we have to give a props which is router, and what's the value of the props is the one which we created here, this router. That's it. So we have just imported this router provider in our strict mode, which is router provider, router is, and we are just passing an props which is router, which is being created right now, create browser router over here. Okay, so now if you go and check, you can see nothing is visible because we didn't map or create account and home page in our create router. So I have said you right, this create browser router will get the arguments in a list. So this list will hold a sequence of objects. Okay, so now let's create an object saying that this object will have a three segments. It will be getting from three segments, which is path. First thing is path, second thing is element, okay, and third thing is error element. Okay, so right now we will just look into error element later. First we will just look into what is path and element of here. So path is you have to mention what will be the path of your particular component over here. Let's say you're loading the home page, right? Basically the home page will be in the path of root directory, which is a slash. And what should happen if slash exists in the URL? We have to pass an component over here, which is home. Okay, we are just passing this component over here home. Next object is path. We have create account, right? So let's keep it as sign up over there. What's the path over here? Slash sign up. And here we are passing an element which is create account. So now if we go over here, we have this is the home page over here. Okay, let me just run this file using Chrome OS. I mean using Chrome. I just copy the link. Google Chrome. Okay, so here I'll just paste this thing. Fine. Now you can see this is home page. This is basically in a root directory. So our URL, and if you enter the slash, it will enter into this is home page over here. But whereas here we have given slash sign up, right? So in URL, if you just enter slash sign up, you can see it's entering into this form page. So basically we are just switching from one page to other page, or else we are just switching from one component to the other component over here. So now let's create a button. Okay, now let's create a button saying that if we click the particular button, it should move from home page to this particular form page. Okay, so let's see how to do that. Here inside home page, in home component, basically how in HTML we just do it by using anchor tag, right? But here we shouldn't but here we should not use the anchor tag. I'll just say why, and let me explain you with what happens if we use anchor tag and what happens if we doesn't use this anchor tag over here. Let's see. As a first step, I'll just use the anchor tag. Okay, and I'm just gonna give slash sign up. So now if we go and check our page, okay, why is it not happening? Because we didn't give any inside this anchor tag, right? So sign up. Now you can see a link is being generated. So basically buttons we want, right? So for buttons, if we just import some bootstrap class names, a button can be a link or the link can be button. Okay, so now class name, this is equal to bootstrap thing. We have btn, which is button, and button primary. Okay, so now you can see we have created a button. So that's what basically uh, a tag can be also button, a button tag can be also name. If we just add some few classes of bootstrap or else css matters over here. So if we click on this button, you can see it's been switching into the sign up page over here. Fine, this is working properly, but I said using anchor tag is not a proper way. Why? Let me demonstrate with the React routers link command. I'll just have both the buttons together and then I'll just show you the difference over here. So now in import statement, we have to import link. We are just importing a element called link from the React router DOM. Now we have imported an element called link from React router DOM. So now using this link command, I'll just create a link over here. Link, okay, and close tag over here, saying it close tag should be in this manner, right? Okay, so here it should be sign up page, right? So now okay, Chrome. So now we'll just add some classes for this. Class name, which is equal to button danger. So now if we see, we have two buttons. So sign up is a button which we created using a tag, anchor tag. Blue color is the button which we created using anchor tag. Red color is the button which we created using link tag, and we didn't link it, right? Wait, here you should have two saying that home page, I mean sign up page, sign up. Okay, so now if you refresh and if you just click this, okay, it's switching to sign up page. Fine, so we have two buttons which is blue color created by a tag, anchor tag, and red button which is created using link element of your React router DOM. So now let's understand what is the difference and why should we not use a tag frequently over here. So now I'm just right clicking, opening the inspect, and just a sec, response. So I'll just close this thing. Fine. Now you can see in top we have a tab called network. Is it possible to place it down? Fine. Let it be over here. No issues. So now this is the page where we right now, right? So okay, fine. I'll just switch this. Okay, done. So now I'm just clicking this blue button which is created by a tab. I'm just clicking it, just see, look at what happens over here. Once if I click, you can see a activity has been happened over here. You can see some thing has been going to the server and it's been getting received over here. So you're just connecting to the server, you're just communicating to the server, and you're getting this sign up page over here. Fine. Let me go to this page and I'll just refresh this. Now it's everything, we reset it. Now I will click this sign up button which has been created using link element of a React router DOM. Now you can see again we are just switching from home page to sign up page, but whereas we don't have a communication to a server here, because while we loading our React page, all these pages will be loaded at once at the first render itself. But whereas anchor tag, what it does is you will pass a request to the server and the server will provide you a response, and using those response we will be loading from one page to other page. So this is not a good way for a front-end developer to work, maintaining the request to client to server. We have to reduce the number of network transmissions from client to the server over here. So this is one thing which I wanted to say. Just ignore this refresh and all. I'll just reload and let's reset it. So if I click on anchor tag, you can see some fetching is happening over here. Same way, if I just click on this link element, you can see no fetching is happening over here. Fine. But you can still ask, why is this much more mandatory over here? Okay. So now same way in home page, I'll just refresh this and I'll reset over here. Here, so here we have no throttling, right? If we just click on this, it shows some list of commands, right? I'll just click on this offline. Basically, we are just setting our React page into our offline mode. Okay. So now let's look a while what happens when I click on this anchor tag. You can see no internet. Basically, our React web page can't communicate to a server over there. So that's what it says, no internet. Fine. Now let me reload this. And now I'll just let it be offline. Okay. Now I'll just click on this link tag. What happens? You can see, even though it's in offline mode, our sign up page has been accessed over here. What does it mean? Our React is being rendered all our pages at the first shot itself. That's what I'm trying to say over here. The difference between anchor tag and link tag over here. So anchor tag will always get a response from the server side, and using those response it will switch from one page to other page, whereas our React router DOM's link element will render all the pages at a shot and it won't send a response or request to the client and it won't get any response. Basically, it reduces the communication from client to the server over here. Basically, it reduces the communication between client and server over here. That's the concept over here. Fine. Everything is okay, good. Now, here we have a page called sign up. What if I give a wrong URL, which is, let's say, sign up P, which is an invalid URL according to our development over here. What does it says? Unexpected application error 404 not found. Hey developer, you can provide a way better UX than this when your app throws error by providing your own error boundary or error element prop on your route. Okay. So basically we are entering into a invalid URL. So they're just telling you can customize this invalid URLs error page also. Let's see how to do it. I'll just open our VS Code, and in source file I'll just create a new file which is called page not found dot jsx. From this function page not found brackets. Okay, these are all things which we're doing from first episodes of a React series, so that's why I'm going a little bit fast over here. So h2 tag page is not found over here, 404 error. So this is some basic h2 tag I have kept. Let's export this. Export default page not found. Okay, I'm just exporting this, and again in main.jsx, here I'll just import. Let's just give it this, just a sec. Okay, we have just imported this page not found JSX file over here. Now, at the first part of our video, I have mentioned you right some third element in our object, which is error element. So here in error element, if you just pass this page not found, so whenever we pass an invalid URL, it will just move into page not found error. So let's see, I'll just refresh this. So this is the home page. If we click on this, it moves to sign up page over here. Okay, so now instead of sign up page, let's put an invalid URL. You can see page is not found over here, 4 not for error, which is the h2 tag which we created right now over here. So this way you can create a dedicated component of your error element and you can use it over here. So that's it guys of React routers, and thank you for watching this episode 17 over here. Let's meet you on episode 18, and we are gonna reach our last episodes of React series, and let's hope for the best over here. Thank you guys.
Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and welcome to the 18th episode of a React series. And in previous episode, we just saw what is routers and how to switch from one component to other component using a button, and what is the difference between anchor tag and a link element from React router down. All these things we have seen in episode 17, and please go and check it out before watching this episode 18 over here. Fine. So this episode is about what is updater function and how we can implement this in a React application, and why should we use this updater function. All these topics we will cover in this episode. So let's get started. Fine. Here, let me create a component called counter, because counter is a best example for implementing this updater function over here. Okay, so in source folder, I'm just creating a new file saying counter.jsx, and here as usual, I'm just creating the function counter, and it's gonna return. So here empty fragments, and we have to export this, right? Export counter, I mean default counter. default counter. Fine. We have created a JSX file, and let's create a path or an object in our router over here. So comma, I'm creating an object, and let the path be counter, and the element is counter, right? Yeah, fine. It also got imported, I guess. Okay, done. So we have created the root for this, and we have created the component file also. So let's switch to this component, which is counter over here. Okay, right now our JSX file is empty over here. So as a first step, let me create a h2 tag saying that some value is gonna place over here. Before that, I'll just create a state variable. So const bracket and count, comma, set count is equal to use state, and brackets, let the default value will be 0 over here. Fine, use state has been imported over here. Okay, fine. We have created a function. State variable is also been created over here. Okay, now inside this h2 tag, I'm gonna pass this state variable, which is count over here. And at the bottom, let me have a button saying that incrementing or count. Okay, let it be count itself. And let's check. Okay, we have 0 and count. Okay, fine. Here, let me import the bootstrap classes, which is button, and btn is danger. Okay, fine. Our bootstrap has been applied over here. Now we have a h2 tag saying the count, which is holding 0 over here. Okay, and we have created the button. So now let's create the function for our button, which is function increment, saying set count. Okay, we are just setting the count value of your state variable, saying that count plus 1. Okay, and we are just printing this in a console.log count. Okay, what we have done, we have created a function called increment, and using setter method, we are just incrementing the count value by 1, and we are printing the count value in the console. So now here I'll just add this on click property, and the function name is increment over here. Okay, now everything is good. Let's go to the web page. I'll just open the inspect window. Now in console over here, let me zoom it off. Okay, fine. So right now console is empty, and h2 tag holds the value of 0 over here. Let's observe what happens when we click on this button. If I click this button count, you can see h2 tag is been changed to 1, which is count plus 1 is 1, because initially we have set the use state as 0, right? So 0 plus 1 is 1. So at the next statement, we have console.log. So what should our console.log should be printing over there? It should print 1. But see over here, our console.log is printing 0 over here. Same way, if I just click on this count again, you can see now h2 tag says 2, but now our console says 1 over here. This is because setter method and console.log, basically this will be running in an asynchronous manner. They both doesn't have a mandatory that both should run sequentially over there. Basically, setter method will run in a separate thread. Console.log will be in a separate thread. They both doesn't know each other, so they can't communicate each other. So both are asynchronous over here. So now if we want to sync both the thing, instead of giving this over here, we can just pass it in a useEffect over here. useEffect anonymous function, and here we can just pass it over here. Now I just refresh it. So it got printed twice because our main.jsx has strict mode, right? Used for developer. So I just remove the strict mode alone. Fine. Okay. So now our console.log prints 0 over here. Even here it holds 0. So now if I just click on this count button, so h2 tag says 1, same as our console also says 1 over here. Again, 2 and 2, 3 and 3. Okay. So it's keep on goes over here. This is okay, fine. Now let's come into the real concept of why updater function needs to be imported in our React thing. Okay. So now this is a counter component right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna again paste this. Fine. So according to the logic which we have given, our h2 tag initially it will hold the value 0. Once this button has been clicked, the increment function is been called, and inside the increment function we are just setting the counter method, which is 0 plus 1 will be 1 in the counter method. I mean in the count state variable. Again, we are just using the setter method and incrementing the count. So here, basically, according to the first statement, 0 plus 1 is 1 over there. And to the second statement, it should be 1 plus 1, 2. Okay. And in use effect, it should print 2 over here. Basically, we are going to increment it twice instead of 1. So now let's go to our React page. And if we check, so what is the logic? If you click on the button, it should increment plus 2 instead of plus 1, right? But see over here, it is incrementing 1 by 1. See, 5, 6, 7, it increments 1 by 1. But see over here, we have given setter method twice. So according to the script which we have written, it should increment it plus 2. But what's happening over here? It's incrementing with plus 1. So here comes the need of updater function, because React will render their UI at a batch wise. So at a first shot, React will render their component at first thing, making that all the elements will be rendered at the once. So if you wanted to do some changes in your UI, React will collect all those component changes and then it will display to the UI over there. It doesn't do it by one. Since we have two setter method over here, it will just get the values of this and store it in separately, and get these values of this and store it in separately, and then it will just do the change over here. Basically, here count is equal to 0. 0 plus 1 is 1. It will be stored in a separate space over there. Okay, consider a space. And as a second script, we have count plus 1. Same here. Count value is not been updated over here because our React will render in a batch wise. Okay, so still count is 0 over here. So 0 plus 1 is 1. So to fix this, we are going to use this updater function over here, saying the React that I have updated the state variable over here. So after this step, please change all the count state variable as the one which I updated over here. Okay. So now for this, we are going to use this update function over here. Update function is very simple syntax. Okay. Basically a function. We are just passing as a function over here. Count arrow count plus 1. That's it. This is called a updater function. We are just updating the count plus 1 to count. And this count will be used over here. Again, count plus 1 will be count. So instead of giving it as a count plus 1, we have to give it as a arrow function or else anonymous function over here. Now let's go and check. You can see if I just click on the button count, it increments by 2. You can see even here it prints 2 over here. Same way count 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So basically, we are using the updater function, letting the React know that I have altered the state variable over here. Okay. So this is called the updater function. Hope you guys understood. This is a very small episode, and this is a mandatory concept because many of them doesn't know the React has this problem over here. Make sure while you're designing a web page, make sure this updated function is plays a vital role over there. That's it. And thank you guys for this 18th episode. And let's meet you on 19th episode. And we will just be looking into use context hook and use reference hook. Same way as dynamic path loading. So three topics is pending, and we will be covering those three in a next three episodes of a React series. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and this is our 19th episode of a React series. And in this episode, we will be looking into the topic called what is use context. So previously we have seen two types of hook, which is use state hook as well as use effect hook. But here in this episode, we are gonna see the third hook, which is use context hook. So why this use context hook is being used? Actually, it is a hook used to communicate from one component to other component instead of using props. I will just let you know what is the difficulty we will face while using props as well as while using this use context. Which is better, which is efficient, we will just look over here. Okay. So for this, I will create a tree kind of structure of our component over here. We have home.jsx, create account.jsx, as well as counter.jsx. These JSX are the files which we created in the previous episodes. If you guys didn't watch it, please do check it over there. Fine. So right now we have three JSX files, right? Home.jsx, create account.jsx, and counter.jsx. And this is the rendered UI over here. Right now we are in home page, so we have home page component over here. Fine. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a tree kind of structure, which is I'm gonna place this create account JSX inside home.jsx as well as counter.jsx inside create account.jsx. So basically home.jsx will be the grandparent and create account.jsx will be the parent and counter.jsx will be the child over here. It's a kind of tree kind of structure over here. Let's do this based on how we do it in app.jsx or else in main.jsx. Same way, we are just importing this create account from create account.jsx, and inside the return function under this fragmented thing, I'm just writing the tag for it. That's it. So now we have so now we have imported the create account inside this home page. So home page is the grandparent, and right now the home page is the parent and create account is a child over here. Fine. Now inside create account.jsx, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import this counter from counter.jsx, and inside this return and inside this fragmented, same way I'm gonna import this tag over here, counter tag. So now if we check, at the top we have our counter component, at the second we have our create account component, and at the last we have homepage component. So basically homepage is the grandparent over here, create account is the parent over here, and count is the child account over here. Fine. So now let's assume we have a data in the home page and we wanted to display this data in the counter page. So as I said, we have two methods to do this, which is using props and using context hook. Let's first undergo with props and then we will just look into use context. So how we can pass this data from home.jsx to counter.jsx, let's look into this. First, let me create a data over here. Const data is equal to, let's have it as something high data. Okay. So in home.jsx, we have a data and we are just storing a value called high data as a string over here. We wanted this high data to be displayed in the counter.jsx. Okay. So as I said, we are going to pass this as a prop over here. So in create account tag, let me create a prop like saying it value. Okay, fine, let it be value. Inside this value, I'm gonna pass this data over here. Okay, create account tag, I'm just passing a prop called value, and the value is data, which is this data over here. Fine. Now inside create account.jsx we have function, right? Here I'll just get the props, and let me create a variable again. Let it name it as data, because this data and this data is different because both are in independent component, right? So basically it's in nested, but the logic is independent over here. Okay, const data is equal to props dot value. Why value? Because we are sending this data in the name of value over here. Same props concept. If you guys didn't understand props, go check it out my episodes in my playlist over there. Okay, fine. Const data is equal to props dot value, and same way in this counter, let me pass again this as a value itself as data. Okay, so now what we have done, we have created a data called hi data, and we have sent to create account using the name of value, and in create account we are receiving it as a props, and in the props we have taken it as a data and stored the value in a data, and we have again used this counter tag, and we have passing this data as a prop as to counter component using the name of value. Again in counter.jsx we are gonna use this props and get the thing. Again I'm just storing this in a data which is equal to props dot value over here, and it should not be in the curly braces. Okay, fine. And now we got the data in this variable over here, which is data. Now inside this return fragment I'll just create a h1 tag, and I'll just print this data over there. Okay, so now our h1 tag should hold the value called hi data in counter.jsx. Let's see. Fine, we got a hi data over here, but see, we have a data in the home page, but we need to display the data in the counter component, which is the grandchild of the home page, right? Instead of going directly from grandchild to the child, we're just moving through the, I mean, from grandparent to the child. We are moving from grandparent to the parent and then to the child. So this is called props drilling. Actually, we are just drilling the props. We have created a prop over here because home has the data. We have created a prop, and this prop is again be used in create account.jsx file, and we are just creating other prop, and we are passing this prop to counter.jsx, and again we are just displaying the value over here. So this is called prop drilling. If one or two or else three components, you can very well use this prop drilling, but if more than three or more than two components, it's very difficult to use this prop drilling. So here we use this use context hook over here. So basically we are gonna display the high data same as this method, I mean same as this format, but instead of using prop drilling, we are gonna use context hook over here. Okay, so how to do this? Let me first erase this all. Okay, so that you can better understand. Const data, and no need of getting props also. This is okay, fine. Create account. Let me remove this value. Okay, and no need of storing this props, and no need of getting the props. Even home.jsx, I no need to pass this prop. Okay, and in const data I'm just removing this prop also. Fine. Now we check the UI. Okay, we have the data which is high data in the home page. Fine. So before using the use context, we have to create the context because we are passing our own data, right? So we are gonna create the context. So in the import statement, we have to import something from the React package, which is import create context. You can see over here, right? Import create context from React. Okay. Now above the function home, which is outside of the home component, we are gonna create a variable called const data provider. Okay, or else you can name it as whatever you want, but right now I'm naming a variable called data provider, which is equal to create context. Okay, so outside the home component, I'm just creating a variable called data provider, and I'm just creating the object of create context over here. Now we are gonna export this. That's it. We have created the variable called the object over here, and we are just exporting it over here. Fine. Now inside home, okay, I have erased the data. So let me create the data, which is data is equal to hi data. Fine. Now inside the home, we have const data, right? So now in return statement, we are just returning a fragment of HTML tags. Inside this HTML tags, I'm gonna use a one particular tag over here, which is called data provider. So this tag is nothing but the tag which we have used over here. This data provider is nothing but this data provider. And this data provider is gonna provide something, which is we are gonna pass a data to other components, which we are gonna provide a data. So dot provider. Okay, so data provider dot provider is gonna pass some data, and this is the closing tag of the data provider over here. Now we are gonna wrap this using this create account, which is the child component of this home component. So I'm just fragmenting this in the data provider over here. Okay, so I'll just order it properly. Fine. And one more thing, the P should be in uppercase. Okay, and even over here. Fine. Now we have created a data provider variable, and we have exported this, and our data is const data is equal to hi data, and using this data provider dot provider tag, we have wrapped the component tag over inside this data provider tag. Okay, fine. We have used this data, right? We didn't use this or map this data anywhere, right? To send this data, we are just gonna create a prop like something which is hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and welcome to the 20th episode of our React series. And in this episode, we will be just looking into what is useRef hook over here. So previously we have seen what is useEffect hook, useState hook, and useContext hook, and now we are gonna see what is useRef hook. So useRef hook and useState hook, these both the hooks are similar, but there exists a difference between them, which is useState hook will re-render the component once the variable, that is state variable, gets updated over there. But whereas useReference hook will not re-render the component, which is it will not reflect in the UI, but it will be reflected in the backend of your React. So that is the only difference between useState and useReference. To be simple, if you want to re-render your component, you can just go with useState hook. Whereas if you don't want to re-render the component, you want only the values from those UI, then you can move on to useReference hook over here. So let me demonstrate with the counter.jsx file which we created in our previous episodes. So using this, I will just demonstrate and show you what is useReference hook and the syntax and all those stuff over here. Fine. So first step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the useReference hook over here. And before that, let me start the React. Okay. And I'll just reload this. Okay. Fine. We have started a React page over here. Now I'll just import the useRef hook over here. Okay. Fine. We have imported the useRef hook from the React package over here. Now I will just demonstrate the useRef while comparing the useState hook over here. So what is the first step we have done in useState? We have created the state variable using const, right? Same way over here, we are gonna create a variable using let. It's not gonna be a const because in let we are gonna change the variable also over here. But whereas in state variable, we will be using setter method to change the values in the variable. But whereas here, we are not gonna do array destructure over here. Instead, we are gonna use let and we are gonna change the variable over here. Fine. Now I'll just write a variable name. Let it be increment. Okay. So increment is the variable I'm just giving to this let, and then I'm gonna call the object called use ref over here. Okay. And same way as a first step, I'm gonna give a default value which is 0 over here. Okay, same as the setter method of the count state variable. Same, I have created a variable instead of array. I have created a variable and I have used useRef hook and I have passed the default value which is 0. And here we have created this increment function, right, for this button. Let me just change this little, alter it. Okay, so it will be count plus 1. Okay, we are using the setter method of the useState variable and we are just incrementing the count. This logic we have seen in a previous episode, so go check it out over there. Fine. So now inside this increment value, what I'm going to do is increment is equal to increment plus 1. Okay, same as we done over using state variable. I'm gonna do it with use reference hook over here. You can do it with increment is equal to increment plus 1 or else increment plus plus. Either way is proper over here. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is first let's understand what is inside the use reference hook over here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print this use reference hook in a console.log. Okay, and now I will just go to the web page. Okay, here an error comes because we have used both the term increment and even the function in the name of increment. So it understood it as a recursive function. So let me go and change this name, or let it be inc and even over here. Okay, so now I'll just refresh it and we are in the counter.jsx file. So I'll just move on to the counter router over here. Fine. Okay. This is the page which we have seen in our previous episode. Let me open the inspect window. Okay, and console. Okay, let me first comment this line. Even this has been printing over here. Fine. So if I refresh this, as once our component starts to re-render, our use effect is being called over here, which is current. I mean, what is there inside the use effect? We are printing the reference of our use ref, right? So inside this, we have a thing called current 0 over here. This is the current value which is existing in the use ref over here. Let me change it to 3. You can see now, once I refresh this, you can see now we have current is 3 over here. Same way, if I just change it to 7, 7, I'll just refresh this. So now you can see current is 7 over here. So basically, what is the value which has been stored in the use ref hook? That particular value will be in the current. I mean, inside the use ref, we have an object called current, and that object will have the current value of your use reference hook over here. Fine. Using this, we are gonna do the demonstration over here. Actually, this is done, almost done. Our motive is to just show you that use reference hook will work behind, but it won't let you in the showing in the UI over here. Okay, so what I'm gonna demonstrate over here is right now what we have. If we just click on this count button, it gets increased over here. This is because we are just altering the state variable over here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna comment the state variable, which is we are not gonna re-render it again. So once a React component is being refreshed, our normal use effect will be called once. So I'll just have the dependency empty because let the use effect run once over here. Okay. So now in h1 tag, I'm gonna instead of count, I'm gonna do it as inc dot current, because our value is inside the current object, right? So increment dot current over here. Inc is nothing but the variable of our use reference over here. So now here instead of increment plus plus, you can see previously. Okay, now the state variable is not altering over here. Wait. Oh, just a second, guys. Let it be count for a while. Okay. Okay. So okay, fine. Now once I click it, and let me change this dependency also. Okay, let it be re-render. Okay, so once I click it, you can see all the time the use ref is having the value 7, but now we are gonna change it, but still we have given increment plus plus, right? But still you can see our use ref is always holding the current value as 7 over here, because the default value is 7 right now over here. If we change to 0, if I refresh this, you can see how many times if I just click this count button, every time the state variable is being altered and the UI is being re-rendered over there. And you can see all the times the use reference hook is 0 over here, because even though we have given increment plus plus, the use reference value is not being incremented because we have to increment the current value from the use reference hook. Okay, this is the one thing we have to do. So if I just refresh this and let me click this, you can see now the use reference hook has been incrementing one by one. Okay, so this is the thing which I wanted to show you right now. Fine. Now what I'm gonna do is insert this h2 tag. I will just give it as current. We are gonna display the use reference hook over there. So when should this be displayed? Once we click a button. So since we are not re-rendering the component, we can't show the result in the UI, right? So I'm just to demonstrate to you, I'm just creating a button. Okay, button, and saying that ref updater. Okay, and let me add a class names for this button and button primary over here. Okay, and let me have a on click property, and I'm gonna write an anonymous function saying that set count should be increment dot current. We are just setting the count value as increment dot current, which is we are gonna alter the setter method, I mean use state, and we are gonna re-render the value over the UI. So instead of doing plus plus 1, what I'm doing is I'm just incrementing the value using the reference use ref hook. And once the value is been done, if I click on this button, the second button which we have created, so the state variable will be changed and the reference hook value will be displayed in the UI. Okay. So now let's see what happens over here. And let me comment this. Okay, and I'll just add the dependency over here as count. Fine. So now let's open this. So we have two buttons, which is count and ref updater. So I'm gonna keep on press this count. Okay, you can see count value I have pressed lots of time, but UI is not showing over here. Once I click this ref updater, you can see I have pressed the count button for 32 times over here. So the reference value is 32, which is, even though it not showed in the UI, useRef hook is been incrementing the value in the backend of your React project. So that's the motive of useRef hook. And now you can see useRef is 32, which is the current object holds the value of 32. Okay, it's been printed using the useEffect hook over here. And that's it. And one more thing I have to say over here is, here We are just using a use effect and then printing this console.log, right? So I'll just copy this, okay, and I'll just paste over here. Same way, I'll just copy this console.log count also. I'll just paste over here and let me decomment it. Fine. And I'll just comment all these things. Now, if I just go over here, if I just click on this count button, you can see our, okay, let me just give it a properly so that you can understand it. Count state variable, okay, and over here use ref updated, okay. So now let me refresh this. So now you can say I'm just clicking the button count over here. Now, okay, increment dot current, and let me have some space. Same way over here. Okay, so now I'm refreshing it. Okay, now I'm just clicking this button count. You can see our use state variable says that 0 over here, which is it has been printing 0 over here in our console. But whereas our use reference hook has been printing 1, which is same as the one which we updated in the UI. So what does this means? As I said in previous episode, our setter method will have a separate thread and it will be asynchronized. It won't be sync in the proper, no, as a normal code. Okay, it is a asynchronized manner, so it runs in a separate thread, so it doesn't have any link with the other codes over here. So that's the reason is this state variable prints 0 over here. But whereas use reference hook is same as a normal codes, which it runs in a single thread, I mean the same thread, so that proper value is been updated over here. Okay, this is the one I wanted to show over here. And that's it, guys. So use reference hook is very easy to use. You have to import the use ref using the command from the React package, and create a variable using the let and call the use ref object over here, and the use ref object will hold the current value in the current object over here. So use this dot current to get the proper value, and do it in your projects. That's it. So that's it of useRef hook. Hope you guys understood well. And stay tuned for the next episode of a React series, which is 21st episode. Okay. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Joel over here, and welcome to the final episode of a React series, and this is episode number 21. And in this episode, we will just look into what is dynamic path loading over here. So before entering into the dynamic path loading, I thought of let's recap the things which we have seen, not everything, just the things which we required for this dynamic path loading alone. I just removed all the JSON files and cards and everything which we created in our early episodes. So in this episode, we will just create the cards and fetch the API from the endpoints, and we will just create a good component using React as well as the router. We will just look into the routers also over here, and after that we will just look into what is dynamic path loading over here, and we are gonna introduce two custom hooks over here in this dynamic path loading. So stay tuned for that, and let's create the project first. Okay, so in my desktop I'll just create a new folder saying post. Okay, and I'll just drag and put it in my VS Code editor. Fine. Now I'll just create the React application. So I'm opening the terminal, npm create with t at latest. Okay, so now let's wait. Okay, it's asking for project name, let it be post, and the framework is React over here, and the variant is JavaScript. And let's move to the directory called post, and we can install this. So npm i is also the valid path to install this packages over here. You can go either with npm install or else npm i over here. Okay, it got installed. Now let's run and check. Npm run dev. I'm just copying this and opening the Google Chrome. Okay, so I'm just pasting over here. So our React application has been started over now. Fine. So I'll just close this terminal. No need of this terminal anymore. So in post folder, let me delete the unwanted folders over here, which is I don't need of app.jsx. Let me delete this, and even app.css I no need of it. I'll just delete this, and index.css I'll just remove the contents. Okay, that's it. Fine, all as it. So now for CSS I'm gonna use the bootstrap. So from the bootstrap website I'm gonna pick this link command, and in index.html in the head part I'm gonna paste this bootstrap code over here. I mean the link over here. Okay, that's it. We have imported the bootstrap CSS also. Fine. Now let's create the components for our application. So I'm going to create two components, which is home.jsx as well as post.jsx over here. So in src, new file, home.jsx. Fine. And I will just make it quick over here. Home, return, and export default. What is it? Home. So return, I'll just give some empty fragments over here. Same way in source folder, I'll just create a new file called post.jsx over here, and let me do it quick. Post, return, empty fragment, and at the last we can just give it as export default post. Okay, so we have created two JSX file, which is home.jsx as well as post.jsx, and I'll just close this index.html. And now in main.jsx we are gonna import this. Okay, so first thing, for routers, let me install the routers over here. I'll just right now close this terminal and then install it. npm install react route, I mean hyphen right router dom. So let's wait for a while. It got installed over here. Let me clear it, and I'll just start the machine again. Okay, so now let's check. Okay, the error is because we just deleted this app.jsx, right? So that's the one. Okay, and machine is working properly. So let me close this terminal, and I'll just import the create browser routers and create router provider from the react router down. Create browser router and the router provider. Where is it? From react router down. Okay, so now in strict mode I'll just remove this app, and above the main.jsx file I'll just create this const router is equal to create browser router, and it's gonna get the argument as a list. Okay, fine. Inside the strict mode I'll just pass this router provider, and the props is router is the one which we created now, and closing tag, and in closing the router provider. Here I'm just giving the objects. Okay, so as a first object, let me give it as path, which is root directory, and here let it be element as home over here. Okay, and the home got imported in the top. Fine. Same way over here, path, let it be as slash post. Okay, and the element, let it be as post.jsx, and even this got imported in the top. Fine. Now in post.jsx, let's try whether is it working or not. I'll just create a div saying that hello post. So now in our URL, you can just move into post. Let's see. Okay, fine. Our React application is working properly now. Let's switch to the home directory itself. Okay, so now fine. Now in home.jsx, we are gonna fetch the endpoints of an API. So for endpoints, I have taken JSON placeholders post JSON file over here. So this is the endpoint right now we have. I'll just copy this. Okay, So we will just first assign the JSON file properly. Then we can just move on to the return statements over here. So first step, I'm gonna create the state variable which is const post set post, which is equal to useState over here. useState got imported, and as a default thing I'll just keep it as null. And we are gonna use useEffect also. So let me use this useEffect, and even that got imported. And arrow function over here. Inside this we are gonna use the fetch method to fetch the API. I'm gonna pass this as a URL. Fine. Now it's gonna return a promise, right? So dot, then we are just converting this response to proper JSON file, response dot JSON over here, and this JSON should be given to the setter method of the post. Set post, let it be posts over here because we are using multiple posts, right? So posts and data, we are gonna pass this data to them. Okay, fine, no need of this error handling. And I'll just give np dependency so that use effect will be called once over here. Fine, now everything is done. In return statement, I'll just go to the bootstrap website and then I'll just search cards over here. And inside cards, let me pick a card. Okay, let me go with this card. I'll just copy the HTML tags, and in return I'll just paste this. Okay, first I'll just align this properly, tab, and even this. Okay, fine. As I'll just close this explorer. As a first step, we should change the class over here. So I'm just finding the class and changing into class name. Fine, we have switched all the class into class name over here. And according to React, this should be in a double curly brackets. Okay, and only 18, this should only be inside the codes, whereas this shouldn't be. So now let's go and check our page. Fine, we have got the card, and let me set the card as M5. Okay, so we have got the card. I'll just remove the unwanted things which we have inside this, which is a tag as well as p tag. I'll just remove this p tag also. Let it be the card title and card subtitle over here. Let's check. Fine, we have the card right now. Or else let's remove this also. Okay, fine. Let it be. No issues. If possible, I'll just make a proper bootstrap course, guys. No issues. 18 RAM. Fine. Now we have achieved the card over here. Okay. So right now we have taken the JSON file from the endpoints and we have created the cards using Bootstrap. Now we have to map this, right? So right now I'll just cut all this. So posts, why posts? Okay, curly braces, posts, ampersand. This is because we are gonna render it only if the post is not null, because fetch API takes some time, right? So post ampersand, and over here post dot map. Okay, and this map is gonna take an argument called post, and using this we are gonna map it. Fine, I'll just paste this div tag, and this should be written, right? Just a sec. Written. Okay, fine. Now inside of card title, let's go and check what is inside this thing. We have title and body. We don't have content also over here. So I'll just remove the subtitle also because we don't have it. We have just only title and body. I'll just say why I didn't use this body, okay? And never mind this language. I don't know which language is it. So for just a reference, I have taken this JSON file, okay? So what should be over here? It should be post.title, and we have to pass the key also, right? Key is equal to post.id because we have id over here. Now let's check what happens over here. We didn't get anything. Let's go to inspect console. Everything looks good. Then what's the issue? Post ampersand post dot map post. Hmm. Or else might be this issue, but it won't be an issue much. Okay, fine. Curly braces over there was the issue, and fine. I no need to waste the time over here for the presentation. We can do it, but still, it's the time to go to the concept called dynamic path over here. Fine. Okay, now what is dynamic path is, right now if we just enter into the URL and if we just go to the post URL, we have the post component over here. Okay, this is fine, but our motive is over here is if we click on this particular card, it should enter into the particular post component and it should present the details of this particular card alone. Basically, we have one component called post and we are going to dynamically change the path over here. That's it. So fine, let's see how we can do this over here. First thing, what is the unique thing which we have in this JSON is ID. Each post has an unique ID over here. Even in this YouTube video, if you see the top, we have a unique ID for this YouTube video. So based on the ID only, a API will fetch the endpoints and present to you in the screen. So we are gonna use this ID. So first step, in a React component, what I'm gonna do is in home.jsx, I'm gonna use a custom hook called use navigate over here. You just type use navigate or VS Code will import the use navigate hook from the React router DOM. See, this hook is in React router DOM, not in the React packages. We have lots of hooks in our React router DOM as well as in React packages, but in this series I'm just covering the basic hooks alone. Okay, and you can check the documentation of Reacts also. You have so much of hooks, you can implement those and check it also, no issues. Fine. Right now we have imported a hook called use navigate hook from the React router DOM package, and now we have to create the object for this, which is const, let me name it as navi, which is equal to use navigate brackets. Fine, you have created the objects over here. Now in buttons, I mean in click events episode, we have seen on click function, I mean on click property over there, right? So same way, this on click property can be used in div tag also. So what I'm going to do is, our motive is if we click on this particular card, it should switch, right? So of course on click property should be used, and even div tag has the capacity to use this on click property over here. So this is the main div, right, which contains all the thing. So here I'm gonna create a on click property, and what I'm gonna write over here is navi is the object which we created for use navigate, right? So navi this to navigate this to post. Okay, I guess post is the URL which we gave. Yeah, not posts. Okay, navigate this to the post. And one more thing, this is the one which we are seeing in click events also. If we are just using an argument inside on click, we have to wrap it with anonymous function over here. Okay, what happened? I'll just give it into curly braces. What is happening over here? Okay, it has been not copied. I'll just give it again. Post. Okay, it should navigate to the post. Let's check in our thing. Fine. So if you click on this card, it's moving to the post component over here. Any card. You can just see whatever cards we have over here. If you just click on this particular card, it moves on to the post component over here. But all the cards are moving into one post component, right? So we have to make the path dynamic over here. So to make the path dynamic, we are gonna use this ID over here. With this ID, we are gonna place this dynamic path over here. First step, we are just telling to navigate to post component. So here we have to pass a slash in the quotes, and we are gonna append the ID over here. So how the ID can be accessed? ID can be accessed using post.id, because we have the posts in uh, post state variable, and we are creating the argument, and we are just using this post using the thing called post. So here we are gonna pass post.id over here. Fine. So now if we just go over here, I'll just refresh this and click this, it's moving. But it says post 1 is error because we didn't say our router that we have implemented the ID over here. So basically post is the valid path. Okay, this is the valid path because our router is assigned to post. But now here if I click this, wait, it has just switched. Okay, fine. If I just click this, you can see unexpected application error, which is post/1 is not a valid path. So here what we have to do is we have to tell our router we have implemented the ID. So /:ID. You can give ID or else either way. It's not mandatory that only ID should be given over here. You can give whatever names you want. Okay, but using ID is a traditional manner. That's what all the programmers have been doing for years and years. So let we go in the ID itself. Fine. So now same way I'll just click over here. You can see post 1 we have entered and the component is same. Right now we didn't do the customization of component, so we are just entering into the ID, but the component are same over here. So right now we have successfully entering into the ID. Fine. Now everything in the home component and ID component has been finished. Now we have to work in the post component over here. Post component, uh, again we are going to use ID over here, because if we click on this particular card, it should display the relevant contents of this card, right? So same ID is the only unique way we can approach this method. So while fetching the API, I'll just go to home.jsx and I'm not writing the fetch API again. Okay, I'm just copying all this, copy, and in post.jsx file I'm just pasting this. Fine, and we have to import this useState and useEffect hook. Import useState from React as well as useEffect hook. Fine, we have imported this. So previously we are just fetching the whole JSONs over here, but now we have to fetch the particular JSON over here also in this file. If you just go to this post and /1, you can see post/1 will have the particular details of the ID. So /1 holds this particular components over here. So this is the way we are gonna fetch, and we are gonna give this ID as a dynamic manner over here. That's it. It's more simple. So here HTTPS, JSON placeholder, all these things are there, right? Here again I'm gonna give the slash, and here I'm gonna pass the ID. But before this, I wanted to say we are gonna use the second custom hook, which is use params over here. So use params. So this is also a custom hook from the React router DOM. Using this use params, we are gonna access this ID over here. So let me create the object over here, const, and this ID will be in a JSON format, right? So curly braces ID, which is equal to use params, and I'm calling this method. Fine. Now the ID alone we are just taking and storing into this ID thing, and we will just paste it over here. I mean, use it over here, which is ID. That's it. Fine. Now in return statement, I'm gonna tell post dot title, and what all things we have body, and okay, instead of this I'll just cut this h2 tag post dot title, and in p tag post dot body, right? Yeah, body. Fine. And now if we go and check over here, if we just click what's the other, cannot read the properties. Okay, this is the one which we are seeing in fetch API episodes also. So here I'm gonna cut this, saying that until post is not null means we have to present this. Fine, that's it. So now if we just go to this post, which is the home URL, if we just go, if I click this particular card, you can see the particular card's title and body is been displayed over here. Same way, if I click this one, see, we are just changing the ID dynamically over here. If anything over here, even this, if we just click 13th post is nothing but this one. So this is how you can use dynamic path. And we have seen two custom hooks, which is use navigate from React Router DOM, and as well as use params from React Router DOM. So in this episode we have covered uh, what is dynamic path and all those things, and this is the final episode of a React series. If possible, I'll just try to put some few front-end projects also, some simple projects like a newsreader application or else authentication using Firebase, and I'll just try to put how to deploy your React application also. We will use Firebase so that you can deploy your application also over there. So yeah, this is the final episode, and in the series we have covered what is React, what is component, and what is props, conditional rendering, fetching of your API, and routers. All these concepts we have seen. We have also seen how you can host your own JSON file also. So I hope this series was helpful for you guys. Also post some series in Bootstrap also, because Bootstrap is the most easiest way to write the CSS also, right? So I'll just put Bootstrap series if possible, and that's it guys. Stay tuned for the next series. Okay, bye.